Check 1, 2. Test. Check. My throat's hurting really pretty bad right now. I'm pounding ice water right now. My voice in the morning is terrible. It's like I wake up every morning with a sore throat, tender throat almost every morning during the week. If I stream every day, talk blab.
Open imbalanced data.
We should pop here in the open, by the way. If you got puts, close them. You gotta pop and drop into 10 a.m. and then up. There should be one more plunge down, but should be up on market open, then down into 10 a.m. and then we start running. Or if you're not in anything, I'm probably gonna add some zero dates here in a minute. Some calls on the opening bell. Give it 5 seconds for the options to crank to the downside.
US market on open imbalance. S&P 500 sell side 248 million. Nasdaq 100 sell side 13 million. Dow 30 sell side 51 million. Mag 7 sell side 12 million.
Now I got to do a market open. There we go. Oh, sorry. Okay, hold on here. Trying to get long here. Hold on. There's a small little gap right here. Hold on. Sorry about all this. Hold on here. I'm a little bit far behind here.
Trump posting on Truth Social here saying it is very hard, if not impossible, to win a war without attacking and invading.
Right where this is, right here. Let's see if we get a reversal right here.
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. Yeah, it's really me. And I'm going to do a little
Come on. Here we go.
The markets.
Sorry about that.
You're a real day trader.
Okay. Bear with me here. I'm a little bit behind here this morning. I'm busy, of course.
And
market shit and whatever.
On a subscription. Can you believe it?
Dude, turn that off. Good morning. So I closed puts this morning. I'm looking. I now have. I've got some 640Cs. Not many of them. I think I got 20 contracts. Not too many. I'm just trying to buy or enter a position here for a quick rip and then dip and then a larger move higher. I did delete the chart this morning just so that we could do it together. Because today I think we should do some sort of a preview for Jackson's Hole. Now we're gonna do this preview, and there was a time when I cared about. I shouldn't say I don't care about this stuff, but there was a time where I would go down deep into the rabbit hole on this stuff, and then it's like this big pomp and circumstance, and it really doesn't matter. I'll explain more about that to you here in a minute. That it doesn't matter, and we'll get into it this morning. Data, news, and stuff like that. To me, I get it matters. I get it's like soap opera. I get it. Everybody needs a story, all that kind of stuff. And I get it, 100%. But the longer you are in market, the less that you care about that shit, and the more it's about just selling information. You know what I mean? Sizzle and all that kind of stuff. And the longer you're in market, the more you realize it doesn't fucking matter. And and you don't want to be, or in my view, I don't want you to figure that out and say, why the fuck is this guy doing all this bullshit if he knows? So, I'll do it, but I want you to know that it doesn't really matter. So I'll try to get into, hopefully I can slip that in today. Some way for you to know that or slip in that, at some point in your trading or investing career, you're not going to care as much the longer you're in market. And what really matters about that stuff. And I got a great example. I love simplifying things. And I last night I was like doing my research last night, right? And I'm like, I got the perfect way to show this to people that it doesn't really fucking matter. So that will be the highlight, hopefully, of this morning. See us popping right now. We do have some news at 10 a.m. So you want to be wary of coming into that. Hopefully we can go up here and clear some of this out right here. Let's get this over here. Could be one more downside move coming. We have some housing data at 10 a.m. I just want you to know that, holy shit. I'm making money. Hold on here. Whoa. Shit's cranking. Sweet. That was a nice little, so I bought this right here, like just for this quick pop. Right up here, just bought that. That's what I'm normally doing in the morning. If I'm like late to the show, that's what I'm doing. Like this kind of stuff right here, this like opening bell shit. And I don't normally like trading this with you guys because normally it's better for a trader to wait for the market to open. If you want like some like not hard and fast rules, but generally speaking, it's better for a trader overall to just let the market open. It's better for a trader to not go overnight longs with like one dates or anything like that. Like trade the day in front of you and trade what's the norm in that day. Sometimes you'll hear me say things like, I'll go into Discord and say, don't do anything, just let the market breathe. And normally it's because you have to be quick. It'd be like up, down, up, down. Like I just sold, I literally just, what, ready for this? Sold puts like right here. Started buying longs, took this up, literally just sold calls. Like now we're back down again. So, hit and run shit. Okay, so, what? We're going to do a preview this morning of Jackson's hole. I don't think it matters. It's a binary event, but I don't think it matters. And I'm going to explain to you after all the bullshit. Some of you were like, God, I hate the bullshit. But I know that 90% of you love the bullshit. Like, love it. Get it on Bloomberg. You get it on CNBC. You get it on FinTwit, Reddit, Wall Street Bets or whatever, Stock Twits. It doesn't really matter. You're basically just looking for, excess on the highs and excess on the lows, and what is excess in that time period? Like, do we have range expansion or not? And then the other thing too would be, are we sideways? Data Gang knows all about that before we get these larger moves. And on the same topic too, yesterday I was speaking to yesterday and the day before, speaking to Scott Vol Wiz about sell side and how it's to some extent it can be easier longing volatility, or we stay in low volatility most of the time so frequently that it's easier to long it than it is to sell it to some extent. We were discussing sell side yesterday, the day before, continuing conversation for people. Even if we always go up, and that sounds like an oxymoron, but it's kind of true. Because you can buy more time with vol, in my view at least, until volatility matters again, right? And once it matters, everybody's hair is on fire, right? So we'll do is we're gonna start. I'm gonna need like 2 or 3 minutes. I've been reading all this crap, and I just want to line it up in order for this morning so that we can go over it today. This preview, and then I'll show you what really matters on like what really matters versus what this binary event is. And we'll start up by saying this. I will start with a statement, and then I'm going to wrap it up with, just like an essay, I'm going to start with a statement, and then I'm going to, at the end of it, proof it to you simply. And the statement this morning is going to be that, it's not like we're unaware. I think this year in particular, my focus this year was more in line with trading with the market. That would be the title of it, trading with the market. And it doesn't have to be exact. You know, we can like seasonally we can go up a little bit more in the spring, or we can end the spring or end the late winter doom season early or later or whatever. It doesn't really matter. It's more that you're in line with that seasonality, and it matters that you're with the market and what they're doing. And I think that speaks a lot to momentum too, like seasonality, time, and are we on trend, not on trend? Are we changing trend? And staying with the market itself too, where it's what it's doing. And it makes life easier, rather than trying to fight that constantly or catch up, or, oh my God, I've been losing all this money and I got to make all my money on July 3rd. I realize there's a ton of money made in those days too. Like, I get it. Like, there's a ton of money usually. And I know traders that they say I make all my money in those moments. And I get that. But I get that you can layer that into your trade plan, but it's layered into a different trade plan in most circumstances for most people. Like a retail committed full-time day in, day out day trader, that's great for. But for most people, it's not. Like, when we think about, like, every year we wash out about 70% of traders. We wash them out. Now, they can come back and be profitable traders over time, right? You wash them out, they come back in. You wash them out, they come back in, kind of stuff, right? And like of all traders, 30% that are good blow up an account every once in a while. Every 3 to 5 years, expected to have a pretty heavy loss. There are all kinds of other pitfalls why people lose money too. Like, it's way more complex than this, but. And then a lot of traders, like they have another figure that's like 98% of traders are losers. But not all of that is trading related. A lot of that is money management. There's a guy that I know I forget his name right now, but there's a guy that's like 1 million followers on Twitter, and like 2 or 3 years ago, or it was right when the bull run was starting, but it hadn't been confirmed yet. And there was a bunch of like shit pumpers on Twitter that were popping up. They'd like disappeared during 2022. And they started popping up in my feed talking about how the new bull run had started. And I was like, I disagree with that. I was like, it hasn't been confirmed yet. It's kind of like a bear. Top of the market's in, and they say it 20 fucking times. They're eventually right? Less than a clock. So I was a little angry and perturbed. I'd seen it in my feed. And so one day I was like in market, and I had a shit ton of this stuff in my feed. And I started shitting on all these FinTwit personalities. And this one guy, I shouldn't have used his name. And I didn't intend to, and I didn't know it was him. Truthfully, I knew who he was, but I didn't know it was him. I just saw this in my feed. I wasn't following this guy or nothing. Just like this fucking guy and that fucking guy and this fucking post and that fucking post. Like, if we're starting a bull run, you just wait for it to confirm. It's going to be a bull run that's minimum of 1.5 years, if not 3 or 5 years. Like, why do you have to fucking be coming out of the fucking woodwork today? And it's the same thing as a fucking top caller. It's just, there's plenty of time ahead. You don't need to be fucking doing this today. And if you're wrong, you're going to get fucking annihilated. Like, you blow your whole account up with that shit. So I went on this fucking tirade, and this one guy contacted me in a DM and was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And I think he was following me. He's like, why are you calling me out? He's like, I'm fucking pissed. So we like have this conversation all through the night till like 3, 4 in the morning. And we're chatting in the background, and I'm like, look, first of all, I'm serious. I didn't know it was you. And I know who you are. I was like, I did not know it was you. I shouldn't have grouped you into those people. And I apologized to the guy. I even deleted the post. But I knew I'd pissed him off, and rightfully so, I was in the way wrong doing that. Now, as soon as I did all that, we kept talking. And we're chatting, and he's like, I got to tell you something. And I go, what? And he's like, your point still stands. And I go, what do you mean? And he's like, your point still stands. He's like, I made so much fucking money. He made millions during the COVID run, millions, and became kind of famous, like Twitter famous and shit, like famous. and he was like, I gave back so much fucking money in 2022, it wasn't even funny. He's like, I gave it all back. He's like, I had some money, but he's like, I gave all my wealth gone, gave it back to the market in 2022. And he was being very frank with me. I was shocked at how frank he was. I'll never tell you who he is and make that shit public, but I got the DMs, and I have people that my Twitter account is managed now. There are people that are in my Twitter account. They can read that whole fucking DM stream. So it's not like it's fake or a lie or anything. You know what I mean? Just let you know out there. So what was insane about that conversation, though, was that he was frank and honest about it, giving all his money back to the market. And we went into a long discussion about that kind of stuff together. And the important part of that, what I'm telling you about that conversation, is that being washed out of market is not always I made a series of bad trades. Well, I don't know, I'm misspeaking that. It's not always that I made a series of bad trades. It's that, hey, when you made those millions, what did you do with that money? Who the fuck's out there trading $1 million accounts? Like, maybe some people maybe are, but maybe like quietly in the background. But I'm like, wait a minute. So you're telling me you make millions of dollars, right, in this like bull run, and then you gave it all back. Did you take any of it out and invest it in a safer appreciating asset? No. And we talked about that, and he's like, I'll never fucking do that again. And I'm like, fuck yeah. I'm like, I learned that goddamn lesson years ago. How I learned that lesson was when I started making a lot of money. I told you up and then down, right? We're going down now. We're going to go down into this 10 a.m. data. So what was most important was that when I first started making like big hits, like boom, 50K, 100K, fucking 150K, 130K, 90K, whatever it was, I was partying. I think it was fine to party. Oh yeah, put that blood on there. Like, I thought it was fine, and I think it's okay for you to do that. Like, if you're like, hey, it's made my first huge hit, I think you should go out and piss it away. Like, go to fucking Vegas, go to fucking Paris, go to Asia, go anywhere you want, party, spend the money. If you've never had a chance in your life to have some money, it's fucking awesome. It's fucking awesome. Don't let anybody tell you it's not awesome. It's awesome. You can do whatever the fuck you want. It's great. And you should. And you get it out of your system. It's a good thing to get it out of your system. Because I'm going to tell you why. When you take that big ass L, it's going to fucking blow and suck. And eventually that's going to happen to you. And you're going to learn a fine lesson from that. When you lose big, it's soul crushing. It's like 3 months of no trading, walking away from the markets, can't talk to your family, friends, can't tell anybody, whatever that number is for you. And when that happens, it's a opportunity for you to, like, what the fuck did I do and how did I do that? And if I'd only just done this, right, that hindsight shit, but the hindsight shit can actually be good if you're keeping a ledger or a notebook or any kind of like self-inflection, like, what did I do wrong, or why was I doing this, or why was I trading that much, or why wasn't I rolling that big win into something else? And I think that's a big part of washing people out of the market too. Is my point is that if you have a great year, you know, I trade with $500,000 and I'm up $3 million on this kick-ass bull run. This is probably it right here. Probably going to crank from right here into the end of the day today. Just heads up to you. Just a warning to you. We're likely going to crank this whole day up. So, my point here is that eventually I like started making money again. You know, big, large chunks of money, and I was like, I've had a good time with money. I've lost a fuck ton of money, and now I get a heavy hit or winning a year. You know what I'm going to do with that money? I'm taking that shit out of the fucking market permanently. For me, permanently. Whether it's commercial real estate, residential real estate, reinvesting in your own home, getting a college education, getting something that helps you. Anything. Gold, silver. I don't like gold, silver, crypto, whatever it is you like. Something a little more stable. You know, like fucking laddering bonds 3 or 4 times a year. That kind of stuff. where you can like preserve wealth. And it really is that. Like, this is the truly one of the rare opportunities people, if they find the stock market, that they have to increase their wealth substantially legally. Legally. Think about when you're a child and you're like, oh, drug dealers make so much money. Bank rob, like when you're a kid, you're like, oh, these bank robbers, they just made $1 million in this movie I just watched. For most people, that isn't the reality. For most people in their lives, Bob on Main Street, they go to work, they punch a time clock, they get a salary, and they incrementally move up in wealth, reasonable wealth normally, not even crazy wealth, just normal wealth through their lives. And they have a series of landmines along the way that eventually wash them out of life. That's the reality for most people. So if you get those opportunities and you don't want to be washed out of the market, there are a lot of other things at play as well, as my point. It's not just I made all millions of dollars and then I gave it all back or half it back or whatever. You have to really start thinking about what you're going to do with your money. Because there are going to be times when you lose still, again, in the future. So, you got the $500,000, now you got $3 million, right? You remove that money from the stock market, you go back to trading the $500,000 account or whatever it may be for you. And there's no opportunity for that market to take that money away from you. Not only that, if you start having those appreciating assets, whatever that may be, 401ks, anything, I don't give a fuck what it is, but you can also dip into that stuff and what it makes for you for money to trade with in the stock market. So when you do have a bad time, you'll be replenishing your money. Does that make sense? So I have 500K. I make, let's say I make $1 million, right? I have 500. So I'm left net with 1.5 million. I pull the 1 million out. Let's say I buy a fucking laundromat and I'm trading with my $500,000 and I get fucked up the next time. Well, that laundromat's bringing me in cash that I've been putting into a high interest account, and I can now dip into that money to replenish myself. And you can scale this small and large or whatever. It doesn't have to be all those millions of dollars. Even if you have a small account, you can do this. You don't have to do this with just a big account. If you were just to think about like on a winning week, how many winning weeks you have if you just remove money and put it into an interest-bearing account? You do that for 2-3 years. It's going to make a difference. Same thing with like just buying stock, buying like a dividend stock or buying stock to sell options against, right? To suckers, right? There's all kinds of formats for you to not get washed out of the market permanently or be a part of that number of 70% or 98%. A ton of you are impatient. Normally it's impatience. Must be in this right now. My conviction that this one thing is the one time for me to make money. Like that FOMO. The FOMO, it just flows through people. And it's a hard thing to break. It's like being a junkie, right? It's like having an addiction, isn't it? In reality, you've probably had many opportunities to make money in the stock market simply by removing fucking profit from the market, from the stock market. I kid you not. Anyways, sorry for the diatribe. Good morning, by the way. Good to see you all this morning. Hope you all had a great night. I had us going down this morning, and we need to talk about that today. And I think that has a lot to do with the season that we're in. I think it has to do with the season that we're in, and then tomorrow's event to some extent, and opportunity. And so we're going to chat about that this morning. Good to see you all this morning. How y'all doing? Well, I gotta get some coffee down. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do here is we're going to look at. We're going to have a quick conversation right now about the market, or about positioning for today. So we're going to go here. Let me just launch this. I'm missing the. I want to make sure we don't miss the housing data. Housing data has looked. Housing data has been looked through, and the Fed's data is delayed. So let me just give you a few simple things here. Fed housing data, or the stock market. I shouldn't say Fed. The data that the stock market looks at for housing is delayed by about 3 months. It's one of the data points where you can usually find really good data before it matters to the market. It's dated and archaic. If there was, when you hear like Trump saying we got to revamp these things, that would be one to revamp. Housing data. If there actually was something to like he's mad about the data coming out of the Fed, we should talk about that at some point too, because he's out of his fucking mind on that stuff. Like just like I can't like on the jobs and the inflation numbers and like the revisions, like the fact that he doesn't. I mean, if he must understand the revisions and why there are revisions. We can go over it though if you want at some point. Do that as like a side note thing today if we have time for it. But housing data in particular has been looking pretty bad. But contextually, it's not bad. Now, I'm not talking about commercial real estate or old industrial buildings, any of that kind of stuff. I'm talking about like residential housing. The data has been horrible. But contextually, it's not. And data is often used. Data is often used by people for their own gain. Their own gain. Data is often manipulated for their own gain, right? You saw yesterday the White House saying something about
existing home sales change.
You saw yesterday. I'll be quiet.
Existing home sales forecast 3.92 million, prior 3.93 million. Existing home sales change forecast minus 0.25%. Just seeing here headline: traders pair bets on 2 Fed interest rate cuts this year.
Oh, what?
The PMI data. Go back to the forecast.
They're pairing?
Eurozone consumer confidence flash unchanged.
They're pairing their bets on a cut? No.
7. He was existing.
Pikachu.
Leading index change month to month forecast minus 0.1%.
We got run over the coals yesterday saying that. Truth versus narrative. Okay. So, the data is there. And what you're told the data is not always true. It's often what? Used for someone's benefit, right? Not based in reality. You can chalk it up sometimes to like that. I think it's that. That's what you chalk it up to. So, let's take a look at that one there. That one there. This one here. We're going to put this one here. Now, we're going to look at something here together, okay? We're going to do this every day this week until we get this right with you guys so that you guys can see all this, right? These candle counts here, right? We're on a daily basis right now. And what we're looking for here on this daily basis is, let's get rid of this really quick. And I want you to start thinking about these prior candles and what they mean. And I want you to look at this candle right here. And we've beaten that candle right here. And I want you to think about this candle right here. Has 20% of this candle been taken? It looks like it has. It looks like this candle's been taken. Right there. And see this candle right here? That's more than 20% of that candle. That means this candle is open for business. About 20% of it. Not only that, so look at this closely with me. Ready? So this candle right here is open for business to remove it. Or most of it. Not all of it's guaranteed, but right here, this candle right here is open to be taken. And this is important because this is the up-down line, right? Up, right? Down, right? Up, down, right? Swoop back up again, down. And this is this is like the, oh shit, we can plunge below. We haven't unlocked that quite yet. This candle here did some of that damage already. This candle right here can be taken. We know that. And this candle did not take this candle right here. So this has not taken this candle out. That's good to see. So this so for right now, we just know that this area here is kind of like the place to dip by, right? We haven't lost it yet. I'll show you another line right here. This one right here. Now, hold on here. Like there's another candle right here, roughly there, somewhere in here. We could plunge just down here and then back up again.
We'll lead with the US existing home
and be fine. Like right in here, and it'd actually be fine. So there's some more room down here. We'll snap that one right down here. And you start looking at this whole zone right here. So I'm going to show you what's open right now. So this here is open. If we break below it, we can definitely open this and still be bullish. All this is bullish. One tick below, we start opening up new lows to the downside. So we'll watch this closely in the coming days.
10 seconds.
Tight here. Go to a 4 hour. Get this right.
$4.01 million, $4.01 million, higher than the forecast of $3.92 million. Is this existing home sales change month to month? 2%, 2%, higher than the forecast of minus 0.3%. US leading index change minus 0.1% as expected. Again, a minus 0.1% as expected. Just waiting on the Eurozone consumer confidence flash.
Or this one right here.
Eurozone consumer confidence flash minus 15.5, minus 15.5, lower than the forecast of minus 14.7.
Done. Well, I got to put a trade on here. I get left behind oftentimes because I'm blabbing. Wait a minute here. Says I'm still long on those calls, but I'm not. Okay, cool. Oh, fuck, they're juicing the fucking shit tomorrow. They're straight juicing the chain for tomorrow for uppies. Okay. All right. Sorry, I'm trying to get long here. All right. So what does this look like here? Batwing, right? Does it look like a batwing to you? All right, W, big old W. Okay, so we know that. I'm fucking crushing it this morning. Okay, so got like a little bit of a trade plan here. We're gonna do a couple of these up here. Yellow right there. Okay, that's all we need right there. Now we're going to check velocity. Seems like it's coming up here. That's a nice little tick right there. I like seeing that. It's kind of weak. Let's go in 30 minutes. Check this. This is beautiful. This hourly velocity looks great. Daily velocity looks good here. That all looks good. Let's go back right here. Just one moment here. I'm going to be rich here. Yep, I'm rich. We might go trend all day long today. We might trend up all day long today. It's possible. Okay, so we're going to take a peek here. Let's look at this smaller frame here. Let's look at an hour. Beautiful little chart right here, right? And a much cleaner chart. This looks great. We're going to go up here. Wait a minute. Hold on there. Fucking doing this bullshit here. 10 a.m. here. Nope. Get rid of that. Come on. 12. That'll be like 11:30. I'll adjust this as we 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right in there. My thesis right now is big up, like five waves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we're gonna go look at a 1 minute. Let's just check the time. I want to see that. I want to see that new high right there. This is 10:30. 11 maybe? Could be 11. Right there. 12 o'clock buy, dip buy, 12, right about there. 12 to 1:30-ish, right over here. 1:30. Bring this down for like 2:30. About there maybe. 1600 right here. There's a caveat on this. This should be tomorrow, not today at 4. This should be today at 4. That should be tomorrow at 9 a.m. But we have reports that Jerome's is going to do his presser at 8 a.m. I don't know if that's true yet. We have to confirm that. I haven't seen any confirmation, but we'll put this here for now. 1601. Then we're just going to take a quick peek back and just look at this wing here. And why am I looking at this here? For two reasons. There's sellers here, there's sellers here, there's sellers here, right? 1, 2, 3 sets of sellers. I want to be looking for the new high, right? So I'm gonna put this up here. Doesn't mean we go there, but I'm looking for, am I long all the way to here? No, I'm like out here, But if they pop this up, it tells me we're going to go higher. If it fails, it means we're going to get a new low, right? If we don't get the new high back here, see these two? If we don't get that high, we'll roll down, right? So I want to be watching for these new highs if we get them or not. Make sense? All right. So when I draw these things out, I don't think we're going there. I'm looking to see if we go there, right? The trade is in here. The meat of the trade is in here. And we're just looking to see if we get that new high or not. And this prior high right here. That's why you'll see me screaming, go up one more bar. Like, give me one more green bar. You know, like we'll be up here. I'm like, you're already so fucking close. Just give it to me, right? Bing. And then back down again. See that hourly trigger here. Now, this begins to lead us into our next topic of conversation, which is trusting backtests, trusting bottoms. We're in a season of volatility and entering a season of bear, and patience pays. You don't want to give all your money back. I'll give you a top line rule. I think I gave this to you a few weeks ago. I told you, hey, we're heading into season of volatility. We're heading into bear season. You could literally walk out of the market today and just come back in 2 months, month and a half, middle of September, and not lose $1. If you made money all year long or all summer long, you could literally just exit, do nothing, and be better off than trading this season. Because this season is going to have some range expansion. This season is marked by big moves. So it's better for you to be, if you normally were like this, you stay down here. And all of a sudden you get the bigger dip. It's that simple. You don't have to be a rocket scientist for that, right? No rocket scientist stuff in there. And maybe some subdued highs. We're not going to trade 780, I don't think, or 700 September 1. Make sense? So get cut up and bigger lows, lower your higher expectations. That's like a rule this part of the year. And it could get messy on the downside. The real risk is to the downside, not to the upside. I mean, it can happen, but that's where the real risk is. And there's an all clear sign in there too, right? Seasonally. Start heading through September, October. Even though there's a lot of volatility in December, you can still usually catch a low regardless of where that is. Doesn't matter if we just trade here and then up. Doesn't matter if we trade down and then up. Just like the guy in here hanging out. As soon as we get rid of this stuff over here, we're up and out of here. If you can buy a sweet-ass low down here, all the better. If you can't, you don't have to deal with giving the money back to the market in this zone, right? This is like, end of July, it starts in July, believe it or not. But it gets worse and worse as we get into August, September, and sometimes a little bit of October. Beginning of October, usually, on average. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, fuck yeah. We're going plaid today, boys. Just so you know. It's trend day. I'll just tell you right now, it's trend day. And we're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about Fed meeting. We're going to talk about a Fed meeting. We're going to talk about, not Fed meeting, but Jackson's Hole. And we're going to talk about price action. And what I just spoke to you about here is all going to wrap right into it all this morning. How you doing, Brad? Good to see you, brother. Mr. Parlay, I'm in long calls, baby. I bought this fucking thing right down here, brother. We got to talk about that, Mr. Parlay, because there's going to be some wonky shit between now and Monday, brother. So we got to chat about that, okay? We got to chat about it. Actually, you know what? I'll just do it right now, and then we'll. We're going plaid. So, let's take a quick look at something. Let's start here, and then I'll get down the rabbit hole for you. Let's no, this isn't we'll do it together as a whole. Hold on here. Yeah, good up there. We're gonna squeeze their tits off right into the close. By the way, we should actually squeeze their tits off into tomorrow's open. But now the only fucked up part here is that the presser is a rumor is being spread that the presser is not at 10, it's at 8. I can't confirm that yet. That would put throw a little bit of douse on this. Dude, Mr. Parlay Peace, where are you? Hold on a second. I'm going to get somebody to contact you right now in the chat. Hold on, brother. I'm going to get somebody to chat with you right now. Hold on. And get your details here. Hold on. I got you, brother. That was a good morning. It's a pretty good fucking morning. Pretty good morning, huh, boys and girls? Put that up there. Put that right there. Put that right there. Over there somewhere. We'll look for something like this. Try to help out the free people here. Yeah, try to help them out. Right. Back down here. Where's 10? Yeah, maybe right there. Somewhere in there, maybe? Something like that. That looks kind of fucking wonky, but you get the gist, right? Up, down, up, down, up, down. There's like a wave within a wave. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, that one's right. Somewhere in there. Maybe that'll help you guys. Okay, so so thanks, Bork. I appreciate you, brother. Bork, you have a sexy picture on YouTube. Did you know that? You have a super sexy picture, man. You're hot. You are so fucking hot, Bork. I bet your husband is fucking. I bet you he's a stud too. It's got to be. I bet his husband's at home right now, and he's like, "Fuck that guy on TV right now." I'm just kidding with you guys. So, goddamn fucking straight edge motherfucker out there fucking with us. I'm secure in my sexuality. If I see a handsome man, I'll tell you. I've got no problem telling you, brother. So back to the original thing. So we're talking about the preview, right? And we're gonna look at a few things here. Do you guys need me to leave this up for you guys? You guys are like, fuck the preview, dude. We're here making money, bro. We're making bank. Fuck your preview, dude. I'm with you, Cap. I don't care anything about that shit. All I care about is the Benjamins. There we go. Get on up there. Get up there, dude. Get up there. Oh, dude, who's got a picture of Bork? I mean, like, Bork's that good looking. Bork could be like a Hollywood star. He's that good looking in real life. Like, he's a handsome boy. First time I ever met Bork was on a video. It was on like a live stream or like a private live stream or something. And I was like, holy fuck, this guy's handsome. It's like, he's got presence too. No. This is the dip buy. Yeah, we had the dip buy this morning. I told you 10 a.m. buy the fucking dip. Buy the goddamn dip. We're going up. We're trending up all day. Should trend up all day long. All right. So, yes, I expect you to suffer with me all day long. If I'm going to be here all day long, I expect you here with me.
10 minutes away from the bottom of the hour, we get the EIA natural gas storage change. Forecast is for a build of 18 BCF. Prior was a build of 56 BCF.
Okay, so trust me, they're going to get long at like 3. I guarantee it. People are going to get long at like 3 p.m. I'm so fucking bulled up. They're going to be like all pumped. Dude, it's been going up all day long. Dude, there's plenty left. I was talking to my wife this morning. I have her she's retired. I have her do research for me sometimes. I'll be honest with you guys. I'm like, do this for me, do that for me. I'm trying to explain this shit to her, and I'm like, oh, you wouldn't believe. Like, I was like, we could be going down. I was like trying to simplify it for her. I'm like, well, we could be going down here, and it's like puts. And we're winning, and then someone's like, dude, 7 puts, 1, I'm getting puts right here, and then they get, and they're fucked, you know. I was like talking about not desaying, but hedging too. Like if you're in long and we're rolled down, that you cover and hedge. But that also pays for your calls that are bleeding. So we were talking about, like, I was like, yeah, if you buy a call I was like, yeah, we got stock at like $100. I'm like, and you're bullish. We think it's gonna go higher. So you buy calls, let's say at $1. And then let's say we start rolling down to like 95. I'm like, so you buy a bunch of puts, make a bunch of money. You're losing money in the calls, but let's say you make an extra $1 or something. 75 cents that offsets the calls. Now your calls are free. Then you made 25 cents in the puts. So, but now you've got that 25-cent call. That was $1, but you made 75, so you're back at even. Plus, you made 25 cents in the puts. I'm telling my wife, I'm like, then all you need those calls to do is go up like 5 cents. Doesn't have to go back to $1 or $2 or whatever. Just like 5 cents, 10 cents, anything. You leave them on because that's actually profit. So I was like trying to explain the mechanics of it to her this morning. Why accounts should be down, but they're not. If like because she was asking about like she falls into like the I'm either all long or I'm all short, and I close all my longs and then go short. And I'm like, no. I'm like, you can be long and short same time, and you can leave things on in case they do print like lottos and stuff, and that number changes. It's a moving target number for options. There can be if you have a lot of different shit out there. I mean, moving target. What it's true value, like I forget what it's called, but I forget there's actually a term for it. What is it called? I don't know why I can't remember it this morning, but there's a term for it. But your cost basis. What's your real true cost basis? That's like dividends too. Like when you look at cost basis, like if you have dividends, then options you're selling. What's your true cost basis on this one product? Can be a fucking moving target, depending upon the day or month or whatever. Okay, so, how about I do this in the bottom? Show her your feet pics. She you know, the one thing, like my wife is awesome in a lot of ways. But it's not. It's like the hot the hot crazy index. You know what else applies is or I found this. I don't want this to come off as being sexist or anything because I think it applies to everybody. You kind of have to like. I don't think everyone's perfect, you know. So even myself included, right? I got all kinds of fucked up shit. So you kind of have to weigh what you want out of a person. She doesn't like my feet. She won't give me a massage or scratch my back or my hair or anything either. She doesn't do that shit. But she does so much other awesome shit that it far outweighs not getting that shit done. So I gotta go to the Korean massage parlor for that stuff.
And rising 0.5%.
That's a joke, by the way.
So again, that's off the back of the US.
Is my wife hotter than Bork? I don't know. Here, let me see. You want to see a pic of my wife? You want to see a picture of my wife? I'll put. I just got asked this yesterday. A picture of my wife. Who asked me for a pic yesterday?
5 minutes ago to get the EI natural gas change forecast is for a build of 18 BCF. Prior was a build of 56 BCF.
Someone asked for a pic of my wife yesterday. I post this stuff, but I delete it because I don't want everyone knowing. There's no privacy anymore, so I try to limit my exposure to getting swatted. I don't think I would care if I didn't have kids. If I was like a single guy, I wouldn't care about being swatted. I wouldn't. But with like I have that young daughters and shit, so I never want to get swatted. I'm always afraid of that. It's like my biggest fear. I have 3 fears. Like first one is swatting. Second one would be impersonation. And then like the data scraping for AI is real when you spend that much time on the internet. Hold on here. Let's see if I got any pictures. Do I have any pictures on this phone of her? Oh, I thought I did. Let me just scroll through this and I'll post a picture of her. This is recent too. This is a recent pic. So I'll post this for you guys in the Discord. I don't know if she's hot or not. You guys tell me if she's hot or not. I tried to pick like the when I met her, I was like, I don't deserve this person. And I was like, I definitely don't deserve this person. And did I post that or no? I did. Okay. I don't think I deserved her in any way, shape, or form. But she came with her own baggage that I didn't know about. So, you know, it worked out kind of well. That's my wife right there. She's a much better person. Looks aside, she's a much better person in real life. She's loyal, all the things, all the army things. I met her in the army. That was an actual army person. Believe that? Most people in the army are not good looking, so she's a good looking woman. Some of you have met her. Some of you actually met her. She's a better person to hang out with than me too. Some of you would. It's like one night we went out with a bunch of the membership, like the community. We went out one night to Au Cheval. You guys know that place? It's like one of the. It's considered the best burger joint in America. We were there at like 1, 2 in the morning, and we were fucking shit faced, and we almost got thrown out. Like the maitre d' and the manager was trying to throw us out of the building because her and some other women that were there were very loud, and the server didn't want to kick us out because we were like buying like $200 shots of this and $200 shots of that and the best shit on the menu, and so it was a big bill. And this lady was like, I think it was like 2 or 3 ladies came over and started screaming at us, don't do it, and then like, you're out of here and we'll throw you out, all that kind of crazy shit. Yeah, it was a good time. It was a good time. Au Cheval is good. It does. I won't say the bad stuff that I have to say about it, but it's still a good time. The atmosphere is great, especially late night food in Chicago and stuff like that. Had a good time. You too, Stacy. Stacy was there. She was there. Okay, so let's get back into the to the discussion here. So
1 minute to go.
we have a preview
Natural gas data change
for Jackson's Hole. No, I want to talk to you about, before we get to this part of it, I want to talk to you about, I just want to quickly, without going into it, highlight the idea that we go down and test trend. And you're looking for trend to, if you're a buyer or, it doesn't matter if you're a buyer or seller, you're looking to see if trend stays intact when we enter these seasons. If we don't stay in trend, how far away we get from, how far do we get outside of trend to make it a major trend change in the fall?
Seconds.
Oh, yeah. Keep on fucking going. Keep on going. Don't stop now. Keep on going.
Build of 13 BCF, a build of 13 BCF. That's a smaller than expected build compared to the forecast of a build of 18 BCF.
So the gist is like this. It's fairly simple. In these OPEX expiration cycles,
Gas.
if we're in an uptrend, we oftentimes will go down. If we're in a downtrend, the same thing holds true for the upside. We get a big plunge, and then we'll try to break out here into OPEX and try to create a new trend, right?
We have posted out the report on the feed for you to read through as well.
One of the hallmarks.
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. Yeah.
One of the hallmarks of these trend changes is that you need to get far enough away to break trend. If you just break out a little bit, you'll get sucked back into this downtrend. That's pretty simple shit, right? Isn't hard. Not rocket science. You don't need to be knowing the whole world. Fairly easy. So we are down here right now. And we're not quite out of the window of worry, are we? We still have month end over here. I don't know why it doesn't say month end, but it should. This month end is more of a zone. It's not quite one date. It's like the 31st. In this case, the 31st falls in a weekend, but the first, I should say, 31st first into the first week of the new month. Sometimes we'll go down early. Sometimes we'll go down late. And you're not quite out of the woods yet. And in this situation, we're not in a bull season, are we? We're in season of volatility. We're in season of weakness. So you're not quite trusting this. You know what I mean? All the way even through in here. And you're just watching, and more importantly, I should say, you're watching. This is like a time of the year to watch what do we do. So when I gave you the statement earlier that you could just come back in the fall. Here's September and October. If we keep trending up, that's fine. We come out of the season of volatility, you can just get long. If we go sideways, you can just get long. If we have a down move, you can just get long. This stuff in here, though, pretend this was end of October or beginning of October. But this zone right here is where people get cut up. They get destroyed in here. And I want to express or show this to you in a better light right now, or at least historical examples of this if I can. And we're going to look back in some history now. We're going to go back to, let me go back over here. Here we go. This is August. This is September. Look at this all the way down here. This is important, right? Big move down, right? Big move down, catch a nice dip, right? That's a hallmark. Do we know if it's going to be September? Nope. Could be August. Could be October. We just know that there's a low in there. We also know there's also something else that's interesting about this season. Seasonality is that you see how wide we trade. So even though we don't get a major low again, but you see how we have this like big move up, but then we go into this like big move here. Not a lot of movement, right? Just lots of like volatility, up, down, up, down, up, down. We don't get the resolution until later on, right? This is November, right? Big print into December. And then more garbage, right? And then eventual roll down, right? Now let's look back in another year before this. Let's go back over here. Let's look at this next season. This one's pretty brutal, right? Have a high in July. This one's ugly, isn't it? Pretty bad, right? This is 2023. Considered a pretty good year. So this is a even worse outcome, isn't it? This is August. This is September. This is all the way in down. So we know that we're marked by volatility. We know that we have range expansion. In this case, it was down, but in the last case, it was up, but it was still range expansion, right? We go back and look at not 2022, but hold on here. Back. Excuse me. I think this is 2021 right here. Yep. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Well, hold on there. Easy. Somehow we like went way, way too far. And here is I believe this is 2021. Big moves, plunge, right? This is September, October. Nice dip to buy down here, right? And let's look at something else here. Tight. So there's some I think my greater point here is that there is some hallmarks of this season. One is volatility. So if you're looking for this, it's rare, right? Climbing the wall of worry is rare, isn't it? We have outcomes that are big like this, but still like range expansion, right? Big moves, right? Up, down, up, down, up, down kind of stuff. Not this. That is not that, is it? Right? So we can probably get some lessons from that. Hang tight here. Where is this? Where the fuck is this thing? Hold on here. Why am I having a hard time finding this now? Just check this here really quick. It's a pain in the ass. Hold on here. Hang tighter, guys. I don't know why I'm not seeing this here. Sorry, I'm having technical difficulties here. There we go. All right, here we go. I want to post this for you in the Discord so you can follow along. This is part of your preview. That here. Go back over here. I want you to look in particular at August 23rd of 2024. Let me reset this whole thing here. We want to look back here on August of, or I want to look back here. Here we go. August. For some reason we just keep there we go, right here. This is the 24th. Am I in the right year here? Hold on here. Yeah, this is good. Wait, where am I at here? Right in here. Now we just discussed season of volatility, bear seasonality. And what I want to show you here is we know that we have range expansion in this time period. We don't know if we go up or down, so there's no edge in that, but we do know that there's range expansion. See that in here, right? Range expansion, right? This is in 2024. In this case, we dropped, but we don't know this outcome, and there's no edge in that outcome. We could just range expansion and go up, right? Doesn't really matter, does it? So we do know is that there's range expansion. And more importantly, what I want to show you here is these are pretty big moves, right? And what's important about this? We know that we have the opportunity. In this case, we have the opportunity to buy dips, big ones, frequently. So the idea here being, you know, hey, Cap, that's the bottom, bro. And all of a sudden, you're given another chance to get long. You missed it, Cap. Another trait of this would be, hey man, we're gonna bounce here and go higher, bro, and break out. That's not what this season normally looks like. So you're not going to expect that. You're going to expect support to be lost, a little bit extra. So you could take away that patience pays in this season. Patience pays on the downside in this season. And not only that, but you can even get a little bit more blood, right? A little bit deeper. So patience is critical. The second thing that you could take away from this season, this is regardless of the Jackson's Hole. The other thing that you can take away from this season is you don't expect a ton of upside. Now, if you do see that ton of upside, hey, we are actually breaking out in a way. You want to take note of that, because that could say to you, hey, well, you know what? We're not going to do the down, the bigger down move with range expansion. We're going to do the upside range expansion. Maybe we don't get this major low or correction in the fall. It's not the most bearish time of year either. Let me tell you something else. The most bearish time of year is the spring, in my view. We're wrapping up the trade from last year. My view is that the street wants that major low to begin the year in that February to April time period. I don't think, in my view, in modern history right now, that the fall is marked as like a more bearish season than the spring. Now, that doesn't preclude a Black Monday in October. If things are deteriorating over the course of a year, yeah, that can be true. Or the past 2 or 3 years, that can be true. But generally speaking, it's not in modern history. And a good example of that is 2021. They tried to sell us in September, and we still made new highs into, I think, January 6th or something. There was stocks being annihilated, but the index is held up. I should clarify with that. But there's some takeaways from this, isn't there? All right, this seasonality. And I just want to show you here on August 23rd, 2024, the impact on the 2-year yield was minus 7 BPS. Minus 7 BPS. It signaled a cut. Does this sound familiar to you? Does this sound familiar to you? Let me read this to you. In the August 23rd, 2024 Jackson's Hole, it signaled a cut in September. Huh. Right off the bat, that sounds like what everybody's telling me, right? The time, quote, the time has come for policy to adjust. That had already been foreshadowed in the July minutes. Huh. That sounds familiar, doesn't it? Also said that the timing and pace of rate cuts will depend on incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Emphasized downside risks in the labor market and said further weakening could be unwelcome. A 50 BPS cut followed in September. That all sounds familiar, doesn't it? Sounds like the same regurgitated shit this year, doesn't it? What was the reaction that day? What actually happened here? What was going on here? Okay, we were in a trend. We were in a trend, right? And they blasted us up. They blasted us down. They actually blasted us up. Blasted us down on that news. Blasted us up again. Blasted us all the way down again. So the bigger question about this binary event tomorrow is what? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You would do better, regardless of outcome, on this binary event. You would do better doing what? Just hanging out down here, right? Hanging out down there. Hell, even if you bought this one, you'd still be waiting for the green bar up, right? So you wouldn't get caught in this, or even if you did and they blasted you down, you'd still cut your losses. Say, okay, we're going down. Now I'm going to get bearish. But you focus on this and not the event is the point. So when you're looking at current, and that was a big one, right? If you look at that chart I just posted for you in the Discord, what does it say? We had in 2018 minus 1 BPS on 2-year, 2019 minus 4 BPS, 2020 plus 4 BPS, minus 2 BPS in 2021, plus 4 BPS, plus 4 BPS. So it's either a non-event, and if we take the biggest mover, it was still a non-event, minus 7 BPS. And that one is in line with this one in terms of the regurgitated diarrhea that you're catching out there. So from a historical perspective, we don't get big moves. Or if we do, they're still within range. Where's our range right now? That's kind of right here, isn't it? You know, bounce up, bounce down, bounce up, bounce down, bounce up, bounce down, bounce up, bounce down. So if you just disregard the Friday JPOW thing, like, hey, I need to make this money on this one trade right now, I'd tell you that if I showed you prior history, you would do better just, you know, long, long, short, long, short. Don't even care when it happens. Don't care if it's today. Don't care if it's tomorrow. Don't care about JPOW. Just show me the lows that I can buy. They're a little bit wider than expected. I'm going to hang out up here. I'm going to hang out down there. And I don't give a fuck what the outcome is. I just know that range is expanding. We haven't shown the downside range yet, or the upside, or the sideways. Starting to create a pattern here. So you do better regardless. This is called what? Trading the reaction, right? So if you just kind of hang out here, you know, kind of hang out to sell up here. And if we if we start making a trend higher, we'll know it, right? Oh, wow, we're starting to break out. Okay, get bullish, come back, all-time highs. Oh, wow, we're going to have actually breakdown over here. You know, maybe we're going to be sideways, and then we're down over here. Okay, we're starting to break down and start getting more bearish. So what is your thesis right now? It's neutral. We're not going up in trend. We're kind of going down in trend, though, right? I guess you could say slightly bearish. We're in seasonality of slightly bearish, aren't we? Slightly bearish, potentially sideways. We have not broken trend yet either, have we? This trend is actually lower. Or it was lower yesterday. It's actually higher today and it's higher tomorrow. So this wouldn't surprise me. And now into tomorrow, tomorrow the pressure was supposed to be at 10. So it would not shock me to see a squeeze up here, right? Sell into the event. And then what? Back into trend again, right? That's the expectation. So it would do you well to just sit down here and tee off, wouldn't it? Tee off, tee off, tee off, tee off, tee off. Make any sense? And this is irregardless of outcome with Jerome and Jackson's Hole. And if you go back on that chart that I posted for you in the Discord, go back to all of those events. Snap a line on each one of those days and look to see, was it like this major market moving thing? No. You could have just stayed here and not get caught in all of the drama surrounding this event on Friday. This Jackson's Hole. Now, go back and look here. We have a low. We have a higher low. Right? We're going to switch back to the main screen here. And did we get the high? Let's look right here and check. So you got this right here, right? This is your prior low. This is your high back here, right? Before the close. Come down here, double bottom, right? We actually make the new high right here, right? Did we beat this one yet? That's more important. Did we beat this one? And we did, didn't we? Beat it right there, right? See it? I think we did. High is like right there. So this high has been beaten. Now we got to beat this high right here. And we got a lot of traffic in here too, right? Traffic here, here, and here. A lot of like sellers up in here, right? So what are we doing right now? Got our nice little high, right? Whoop, right? Up here. Still need this one, don't we? We'll see if we can come up here and tag this one next. And compare and trade that one after that one, okay? Another question here would be, have we lost the turn? The answer is no. You can actually see the diamond right here, or the triangle. The triangle. Right? That's all support right there. Just want to like kind of hang out here, see if we can go up there. If we lose this marked low, that's bad. Here's the up. Right in here somewhere. Sorry about that. I'll slide this stuff over for you guys. We know there's resistance here, right? See the one and the one, yellow. Right? Sellers coming in. Right? This one's going to be hard, right? It's red. See the red line there, the yellow line right here. That's where we need to be, somewhere in there. There's real danger of a roll up right here, by the way. There's danger here of a roll. Not guaranteed. We'll find out at 12 o'clock. Probably some fucking savage over here. Some savage over here is going to try to rain on bull parade over here. Like die, spy, right, at 12. If they are unsuccessful, we'll go continue to the upside. Good morning. Good to see you, Goddard. How are you? Good to see you, brother. And I'm going to read some of this preview to you. I'm going to read the rest of this preview to you. Tighter. In the background as we watch the market here unfold. This is from BBG. So the global central bank confab has historically been used by Fed speakers to signal upcoming policy changes. Most notably back in 2020 when the Fed launched FATE, the flexible average inflation targeting, which prompted Powell to make the catastrophic error. Listen to this closely. I want you to listen to this because there's politics missed in this. As I read this to you, I want to explain something to you. BBG is very right. It's not even right leaning. It's very like I feel like BBG is Russian to some extent. I don't know what the fuck BBG is, but I'm always shocked at their slant on things. So I think there's a slant in this article, but I want you to see through the slant in this article, because this is the zeitgeist being spoken right now. You also have to be careful of BBG, because some people allege that a lot of ohm selling is done there. Now, the global central bank confab has historically been used by Fed speakers to signal upcoming policy changes, most notably back in 2020, when the Fed launched FATE, which prompted Powell to make the catastrophic error. I don't agree with that. Of watching. I'll tell you when I don't agree. I don't agree with that. The catastrophic error of watching inflation run rampant for over a year without tightening, and sparking the biggest run in inflation since the early 1990s. Now, remember, back then in 2020, the market said that was a catastrophic error back then. And we watched data go all the way up here or down or whatever, depending on what the data is. But let's say this is the trend. And then it spikes. And they were like, that's catastrophic. And they're never going to fix that. They did. And then they didn't give him any of that, love. Oh my God, he actually brought it back down. And then he did a 50 basis point cut, which arrested that data. And they got even angry. How fucking dare they? These are people that wanted to overshoot. It's not going to come back in line. And now don't cut 50 basis points. Why? Because they want to see this happen. It's like you're wanting to see the fucking world burn. You understand? So, like, yeah, do you hate Powell at some point? I can accept that and understand that. But the fact that they brought all this shit back in line, you got to give him credit. You have to. And you have to give him credit for arresting the velocity of data in the 50 BPS cut that we had in the last Jackson's Hole. This would be in 2024, the August that I was showing you, which is the same mantra today. Same garbage. The truth be told to you, I'm going to tell you the truth. The data does not support a fucking cut. You can get Jerome Powell niceties on Friday. We're open to a cut. I'd be supportive of a cut if the data supports it. Do you hear me how I said that to you? I would be supportive of a cut if the data supports it in September. I'm appeasing the market sentiment of demanding a cut, but I haven't committed to one. So the verbiage will matter on Friday. But does he actually cut? It's a whole nother thing, isn't it? And this morning, bets are being paired on a cut this morning, right? That's because the fucking data doesn't support it. That's because you don't read the data. It's because you read the snippets from FinTwit or the garbage articles from Washington Post or Our Inflation from Reddit. The regards over there. Or you listen to anecdotal evidence on social media. Oh, my life sucks. Okay, I agree. Your life probably does suck. But for the other fucking 70, 80%, it doesn't. And this falls into housing data, too. When I said to you, housing data looks bad, but in context, it doesn't. Let me explain that to you. If I bought a house pre-2018, 19, right? And I'm paying my mortgage, and I'm paying my mortgage, and I'm paying my mortgage. Low rates, everything's fucking awesome. And then my house cranks in value. It does not matter if I stay in that house or I roll that profit into a new house. I'm still up. I'm up from the original buy of my first house a decade ago. 2 decades ago. And I am up stupid. Like, glaringly up, whether I stayed in my house or rolled into a new house. What about all those people that bought houses when prices cranked in the housing market? Well, you're probably not looking at the fact that most buyers that have been buying are likely rolling profit. How can people buy at that price? They're so fucked. No, they aren't. They were already up pre-COVID. And then they went obscenely up. And then they bought into this market where prices are out of control. They're so fucking ahead right now. They're fine. The housing market can come down and they're still fine. They're not upside down. They're not in bankruptcy. None of that stuff. So if this housing market comes back a little bit or back into reality, it's not the same situation as, let's say, 2008, where everybody's got, fucking third, fourth mortgages, 4, 5 houses, people not living in them, loose financial conditions, fraudulent laws. Today is not the same. And so nitpicking data without context matters. And I think that also matters for this rate cut in September. Even though the market demands it, even though you might get one, you might get a 25. I think you're out of your fucking skull if you're thinking you're getting 50 BPS, literally. And I think it's wrong if you get 50 BPS. But indubitably, the data does not say cut. It doesn't. Data is good. The consumer is even better off than I thought you would be. You've actually bounced back a little bit. I had said to you, hey, you're a 10. People were like, no, we're not. Sure enough, you were. Then I said to you, I think we're about a 6 now. You're good, but you're not great. Well, that's not the case. You're actually a little bit better. You're like a 7 out of 10 right now. Maybe even a 7.5. Now, there are dangers. Unemployment, employment, weak, inflation rising. But we don't crash the market every time that happens. We don't crash the market when data is not cranking. When it's just slowly moving, market moves on until it does matter, until we do hit a point. But we're not getting the velocity in that either. This is called, you can call it the frying pan, you can call it soft landing, you can call it whatever you want. And the market will attempt to extend those things as long as they possibly can. Now, I realize velocity says we're going to probably have a major correction again sooner than later. But for now, at this time being today, right now, where we are, no cut is the way to go, in my view. If anything, you're deserving of an increase at the moment. But with the momentum, velocity of trend and where we are in the market, we're probably near top. Not today, but near. So maybe not a rate hike, but not quite a cut. And on higher frame velocity, if you're looking at monthly and quarterly velocity, you can see clear as fucking day that rate cuts should be held. And as a matter of fact, you know about the Fed put. Let's talk about this past spring. We dropped 20 fucking % this spring, and the Fed did not cut. Because that's not where the fucking Fed put is. We're in a bull market. We're going up. You didn't get a cut then, did you? So I wouldn't expect one now. They normally cut aggressively, historically. Cut aggressively when conditions are bad. And they're not fucking bad. There's only a few data points that are bad. As a whole, the consumer is well off. You can get a cut. You can get a hike. Up, down, and around, frying pan sideways. Sure, I'm open to that. But as far as aggressively cutting, you're out of your fucking minds. I was reading some of this shit, 3-4 cuts by end of year. Massive cutting into December. Why? Why in the fuck would we be cutting at all-time highs aggressively into December? For fucking who? Oh, to pass some bullshit spending bills? Get fucked. More tax breaks? Are we here to rape and pillage our economy? Fuck no. Are we in a place where the economy needs supported? Fuck no. Oh, you're anecdotally can't buy a house? Yeah, you know, people get, you know, like, yeah, if you can't afford to get in, you know, if the rest of the people can, sorry. It's a shit thing to say, but you want to crash the economy? You're a part of the 10% that can't buy a house? 10 or less. So you want to crash the whole economy so you can get in? Because something has befallen you, or you didn't go to fucking school, or you didn't work your dick off. Or your parents didn't love you and give you a bunch of money, they were poor. We got to let you in. No. You have to wait until the economy turns down. It's kind of like when people say, well, I can't afford a house. Where? You know, Venice Beach, bro. Or in this community that has a ton of infrastructure. All right, why don't you move to, like, I don't know, there's probably like 10 cities across the country you could move to. Move to Cleveland, Minneapolis, Detroit. There's places in almost every state. You can find a house in California right now. You can. They're not the best places. But you can find a house for $150K in California. You can. You can go to Florida right now and look up a house, and you can get a 3-bedroom, 2-bath in Florida right now for $150,000. I know that. I looked yesterday. It might not be where you want to be. Might not be on fucking Main Street in Kick-Ass Town, USA. And you might have to put some fucking sweat equity in. You might have to get involved. You might have to work 2 jobs. You might have to vote. You might have to volunteer to clean up shit on the sidewalk. You might have to get together with your neighbors and say, hey, this is a good neighborhood. I want to move here. Do you guys want a nice neighborhood or not? Yes or no. All right, I'll check the next neighborhood. So that 10% of people, no. The answer is fuck you, no. And the economy is not bad. What, you just want to see them burn, the people that did the right thing or didn't get befallen by shit they didn't ask for? Fuck all those people that are happy? Doesn't work. That's not how it works. Nobody's giving that up to you unless the economy turns down. The economy is not turned down. So there's nothing you can really do there, is there? It's semantics, isn't it? Oh, this isn't good. Let's watch that right there. Fed's hammock. I do not see an imminent case for cutting rates based on current data. Shocker. With data now, quote, I wouldn't see a case for a September cut. Shocker. No shit. Hammock. There's no cut. The only cut that we get is a political cut. That's it. It's the only cut that we get. That's it. I'm telling you, you're not getting a September cut. Yesterday, you guys were all over me on that. Even with the market demanding it, we're not getting the cut. And the market's reading that negatively right now. Remember what I said to you earlier about staying on the edges. Appropriately or not, this year's the focus will be on the other half of the Fed's mandate. The theme of this year's conference is labor markets in transition. I find that comical. Labor markets in transition. Demographics, productivity, and macroeconomic policy. That's the title of this year's Jackson Hole. And so expect significant discussion on the recent deterioration in the late U.S. labor market. Listen to that quote. Expect significant discussion on the recent deterioration in the U.S. labor market. Attention, that's not true, by the way. Everything is fine right now. It's going to deteriorate till when it does matter down the road, but not today. Attention will also turn to the other central bank members as they will give their views on policy and the economic outlook and explain their thoughts on the recent NFP and inflation data. Now, inflation is scary right now. It's not tariff inflation. It's what? Natural inflation, right? Cyclical inflation. I thought we'd go up here. And they're not holding the support here. Markets beginning to price in no cuts for September. And the zeitgeist as of yesterday was that there was a cut in September. Dude, that's pretty big here, huh? Too much money up here? These sellers are pissed, aren't they? I guess we have to get long here again. The key events for markets is Chair Powell's speech on the economic outlook at 10 a.m. New York time on Friday. There have been some... Oh, I'm trying to get long here again. Now, we have some contradictory information that it's going to be 8 a.m. New York time. If that's the case, I will be here tomorrow for that speech. We'll start the stream tomorrow at 7:30. 7:30? If it's an 8 a.m. Speech from Jerome. But I haven't confirmed it yet, so I'm not going to commit to it. The rest of the conference on Friday and Saturday consists of presentations of research papers, panel discussions, and policymaker speeches. The Fed will release the conference agenda. Am I the only person buying calls here? Is that why we're dumping? Like, I was long in here. Am I the only person long today? I feel like it's just me in the market, maybe. It's like only me. Hold on here. I'm going to try to get long here. Hold on. Yep. Dude, why does this show that I'm still in trades that I'm not in? I get freaked out by this. Like that it shows that I'm still in a trade that I'm not in. It like gives me like a panic attack. Oh, hold on, gentle. Easy. Here's what to expect from this year's symposium. I just posted for you a chart. The odds of a September rate cut. if you track the 6-month yield, that will give you the odds. The 6-month yield will sometimes give you an early preview of, are we really going to get a rate cut or not? When Chair Powell takes Jackson Hole Mike at 10 a.m. on Friday, attention will be on if and how his views have changed since the most recent downbeat labor data. That's ironic, too. That data was known publicly. That labor data was known publicly months before the last FOMC. But the news did not like or want to talk about that news, did they? So leading up into last FOMC, discussion was not on employment. The discussion was not on services inflation. And politically, there was the pushing the narrative that there was no inflation from tariffs. But we know that data does not hit the tape for some time. So we have ideology mixed in with bullshit, mixed in with sizzle. And we can kind of see that data before we ever get there. We knew it was employment before that data dropped and before that FOMC dropped. We knew where the inflation was too. And we also are open to, more one-time hits to inflation due to tariffs or sticky inflation due to these tariffs we can't see yet. So all still unknown. So, we want to know what his views are. His views have changed since the most recent downbeat labor data. Fuck no. He already knew that. I knew it. I told you about it. If I know it, some douchebag on some low rent influencer on YouTube and Twitch and whatever knows it, that I'm gonna be assured here that smarter people than me know it too. But it doesn't sell newspapers, does it? It doesn't push politics, does it? But you and I need to know this stuff, don't we? So we can anticipate it in ahead of time. And when does it matter to the market? And if Chair opens the door further to a September rate cut, there's no door to a rate cut. And how big it would be. Something money markets are pricing in with more certainty, with an 80% chance of a 25 BPS reduction. This was as of yesterday. Back to Zeitgeist. Also back to what? Gambling, right? Are we going to cut? Are we not going to cut? Are we going to hike or not hike? That's gambling. When we get the cuts or the hike or the pause or whatever is the reality, isn't it? And those are two different things, aren't they? That should be separated. And you as a trader need to understand that. So yesterday when you were all saying we're going to get a rate cut, what you're doing is regurgitating diarrhea for gambling. That's fine, if that's what it is. But the reality is we don't know yet, do we? That's a whole separate thing, isn't it? Since the downbeat jobs report, several Fed speakers have alluded to this outcome. However, others, Muslim, Schmidt, who are not in the running to replace Powell, appear more reluctant. Wink. You got people that want to replace Powell. What are they doing right now? What are their takes right now? There you go. Keep going up. There you go. What are they doing right now? I feel so good right now. This is another fucking green trade. I fucking love my life. It's a hard life, but I love it. I just told him that I was long. I just told him in the stream that I was long right here. So, hold on, I gotta take the money here. Hold on a second. Damn it. Hold on a second here. Their 18-cent calls just went to 38 cents. Thank you. Thank you very much. Killed it. Now, when you see someone that wants to replace Trump, what do you see right now? Not Trump, Jerome. When you see somebody that wants to replace Jerome, what are they going to say right now? Oh, fuck yeah, cut, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, cuts, baby. Oh, yeah, you like that, Trump? Because the Fed is what? Quasi-public-private. If I wanted to be the next Fed chair, I would probably say anything Trump wants to hear, or Biden, or Clinton, or Obama, or Reagan, or anybody. I'm going to suck off the guy that's going to, or the gal that's going to put me in that position, right? Or the they or the them. You know? So you got to be careful of that too right now, don't you? Now, since the downbeat jobs report, several Fed speakers have alluded to this outcome. However, others, Musalem and Schmidt, who are not running to replace Powell, appear more reluctant. Shocker. Within his remarks, desks will be watching whether Powell reiterates his comments from the July press conference, which would, in Barclays' view, temper expectations for a September cut. However, desks note that if remarks from the FOMC voters fail to push back against market expectations, it would likely cement the cut. With Barclays saying it would be largely regardless of the August CPI and employment reports. Aside from policy, a lot of focus is on the next Fed chair appointment, where Trump may be able to appoint up to 3 new governors. That means you got more than 3 people running that are all going to try to appease Trump. If you got 3 seats open, you likely have, what, 3+ candidates, maybe 6. So you're going to get all these Fed chairs clamoring to appease the guy that's hiring him. Cut. Oh, yeah, cuts coming out of my ears. I got cut bullshit over here and cut this and cut that. And meanwhile, us, the fucking plebs, are regurgitating that same fucking diarrhea. Because some asshole wants to be the next Fed chair. And Trump wants to see who supports this inside the Fed. So it's all over the news and it's everywhere and Trump's all happy. And his subordinates like, don't worry, I got you, boss. That makes sense. It doesn't matter if it's Biden, Trump, whoever, I don't care. But you got to be able to separate reality and data from that shit, don't you? So the FOMC voters failed to push back against market expectations of a cut. It would likely cement the cut. So Friday, you want to be looking for that. Does the FOMC or does the Fed in general push back or not? It's already happening this morning. Hammock is pushing back this morning. You want to watch to see if Jerome alters or doesn't alter language from July. He doesn't like to rock the boat. So I think it's fine to be like, yeah, you know, you're like, if he uses the verbiage that I said to you, like, if the data supports, I'm willing to cut. We think the hiking cycle in general is over. I'm open to a cut if the data deteriorates into the September meeting. That's good enough for now. If he pushes back in that speech, there will be a knee-jerk negative reaction, but knee-jerk. Now, I'm telling you, cuts are not good for bulls. I'm warning you of that. Maybe 25, but if you start seeing like, oh, we're going to start a big cutting, like we're going to start a big cutting thing now, be scared. Be scared. That's bad. The bond market will be fucking livid. I promise you. They will fucking rage. The gray suits will rage. It would likely cement the cut, with Barclays saying it would largely regardless of the August CPI and employment reports. Aside from policy, a lot of focus is on the next Fed chair appointment, where Trump may be able to appoint 3 new governors, providing Powell steps down after his term as chair ends and Governor Cook is forced to resign or is fired. The third would be Moran replacement, who is replacing Kugler. The September FOMC meeting. Ahead of the meeting, and also Jackson Hole, Barclays believes markets are overly confident in expecting a September cut. And while they see the decision as a close call, the bank's baseline remains that next cut will happen only in December. At the July FOMC presser, Powell suggested that the FOMC was in no rush to adjust rates, and Barclays believes after evaluating the incoming data, such as the latest employment report, they do not think they invalidate Powell's rhetoric. I'm telling you something. If you learn about this data, there is no rhetoric from Jerome. You start figuring out what that data is, and you go, he's actually repeating right now what the data is. It's not rhetoric. He's repeating exactly what the data is telling you. He's, in my view right now, I shouldn't be saying this because I used to hate Jerome. I'm shocked that he's the guy. Right now, he is the literal guardrail for our country, our economy, everything. He is the guardrail. There's no one else. There's no e-brake. He's it. I'm shocked that it's him. He's it. As of this moment, he is, in my view. We could be super fucked right now if we didn't have Jerome. Such as the latest employment report, they do not think they invalidate Powell's rhetoric. Unless, of course, the BLS reports another massive downward revision on September 9th. That's fucking false, too. Let's talk about the BLS data and revisions. I'm going to keep this short and sweet. That data is always evolving. Always. It literally continues on even after you find the next shiny rock. There are further and further revisions over time. Do you know why that is? Because there's nowhere to get the data. Literally. You hand out a survey to 10 companies, and 3 give you a return survey right away. 3 never return, or maybe it's like a year later, I shit you not. Another 3 return in 3 months, the data. And there's incomplete data. So you got to go to different places for it. Like I got to pull data from these people and these people and these people and these people. And you're relying upon getting responses from these people. Now you could change how that data is reported, like mandate that they return that data to you. Pass a law. If you're a publicly traded company, if you're a private, or if you're a public entity, you're required to return this data by this date or face fines. That would work for me. But in general, most of this data is self-reporting. And on their timeline and not the Fed or the BLS or the fucking president. So like, like BLS reported another massive downward revision in September 9th. It's accurate data. It's not inaccurate. It's just the only data available. Just days ahead of the FOMC, which it most likely will. Listen to this. Unless of course, the BLS reports another massive downward revision on September 9th. Just days before the FOMC, which it most likely will. Now, you know what no one's talking about here? That employment data, not unemployment, that employment data has been soft, right? Do you know who's doing that? Business owners. It's kind of like sentiment. It's not quite hard data. It's more like, it's like softish data. It's uncertainty from business owners. Created by who? The White House. White House policy is directly impacting the sentiment of business owners. So they're reining in new hiring, expansion of hiring of people. They're uncertain. If we wrapped up this tariff shit and that uncertainty goes away, I bet you those numbers would improve. On the labor market, the pace of payroll employment has slowed sharply. But Powell warned already at the July meeting, shocker, ahead of the jobs release, that the actual pace of employment gains may be close to zero after revisions. And the chair also, which nobody cared about, except for some fucked up influencer on YouTube with 2,000 people watching him. And the chair also emphasized that the unemployment rate was still low. Not only is it still low, but there's no velocity in the upside of that either, is there? That really matters. Right, or where we are right now in unemployment, velocity would matter. Otherwise, we got tons of time if it doesn't go up quickly. He also stressed that the unemployment rate was the important metric to watch when gauging the labor market, which was steady at 4.2 in the July report. So let me explain some more to you about jobs versus unemployment, or employment versus unemployment. Now, even though there's that uncertainty, if I'm a business owner and I had 15 employees and through natural or some kind of attrition, I lose 5 of them. And now I got 10 employees. And I'm chugging along. And I'm not replacing any employees. I'm not going back to 15, but I'm not losing employees from me. Like, I got to fire 5 more people. Think about that as a business owner. It's very simple, right? I have 15 employees, and I did not lay off 5 of them. They just naturally, for some reason, they're no longer working for me. Better job, retirement, leg cut off from a shark on vacation or eaten. But I choose not to replace those people. Is that necessarily a bad thing? No. I'm still pumping out my pencils. I'm selling pencils. I actually have what? Lower labor costs. What does that translate into? Higher profit, right? If you look at the EPSs for a lot of these companies heading into this next report, so Q3 and Q4, EPSs are going to the moon. So I'm saving money for my company, and my EPS is going to actually go up, right? And I'm not laying people off because I'm fearful. It's uncertainty. It's actually profitable to be uncertain. It's not burning, or else I'd be laying people off. So Jerome reemphasized unemployment is where the danger is, and I agree with that. There's a fundamental recipe for a bull market. Debt. I know that scares some of you. Deficit, more. GDP, right? Participation to some extent. That would be jobs, employment, unemployment. But unemployment, right? And what? Inflation. But inflation's kind of a sticky thing too. Not sticky, but kind of funky too. If wages stays up with inflation, everything is fine. It's like Miami Vice, baby. Let the money flow. Only when we start seeing a slowdown in unemployment, wages stagnate, some kind of fraud, overvaluation, only then does that stuff not matter and those other things matter. War, something like that. Ahead of the September FOMC meeting, ahead of the meeting, and also Jackson Hole, Barclays believes markets are overly confident, expecting a September cut. And while they see the decision as a close call, the bank's baseline remains that the next cut will happen in December. At the July FOMC meeting, Chair Powell suggested that the FOMC was in no rush to adjust rates. And Barclays believes that after evaluating the income data, such as the latest employment report, they do not think they invalidate Powell's rhetoric. On the labor market, the pace of payroll employment has slowed sharply. But Powell warned already at the July meeting ahead of the jobs release that the actual pace of employment gains may be close to zero after revisions. And the chair also emphasized that the unemployment rate was still low. He also stressed that the unemployment rate was the most important metric to watch when gauging the labor market, which was steady at 4.2% in the July report. Recent data. The poor July U.S. jobs report spiked September rate cut bets after the headline print dramatically missing the significant downward revisions to the June and May reports. With the you know this shit's been going on for fucking years. It's never been a problem. Now all of a sudden it is. Following this, the U.S. CPI was mixed. Both core and headline month-over-month figures were as expected, while core year-over-year was marginally hotter. Marginally hotter. One weekly or monthly report does not make a trend. You can get one big move up here, one big move down there, one big move up here, a little bit smaller move over here, big move here, still on trend, right? Oh, God, market crash. Oh, God, when this comes down, it's going to be a market crash. In reality, you're on trend. A lot of the PCE numbers look like that right now. Whipsawing. And as such, issued concerns around the labor market. Following this, U.S. CPI was mixed. Both core and headline figure month over month were as expected, while core year over year was marginally hotter. Marginally hotter. And headline year over year, slightly cooler. And overall, it was deemed not as hot as feared and bolstered rate cut bets with September becoming fully priced. However, a hot PPI report after saw the dovish pricing unwind somewhat. Barclays highlights Powell already warned of a slowdown in payroll employment, pointing to immigration and aging, which have slowed the flow into the labor force. We also have what? A changing employment landscape in the U.S., don't we? You got gig workers. Oh, shit, I'm doing this. Do you think that I ever expected in my life? I never, in my life, ever expected to be doing a fucking show. I never said, I want to be this, or I want to be that, or I'm going to become an influencer. Never. I am the most anti-influencer fucking person out there. I was just told by somebody. They were like, there was like this company that will become your agent so that you can make money off being an influencer. And they were like laughing at me because I hadn't done that. That's real. I was just told this recently. I feel like I'm pushed in a position that I don't want to be in. Like, I'm having fun doing this. But like, I don't like I don't want to take the natural steps of being an influencer. I'm not here for that. I trade the stock market. I fucking love the stock market. I like being here with you. Well, I don't want to be bored and alone. And not everything in life is meant to be min-maxed. Everything in life is not about that. I have a wife. I got children. I don't want to go out there and like get a divorce and not see my kids. I've had those opportunities and said no to those too. In my real profession, I've been offered jobs all over the world, big money. And I knew every time that it was something I didn't want. I have friends like that. They're like salesmen. They're on the road 24 hours a day, every weekend. Right? They get fat, they eat steaks, they do cocaine, they fuck whores in other states and stuff. It's not everybody, but there's a contingent of it. I've seen the destruction that's left in the path of that lifestyle. And some people are fine with it. They're okay with it. They feel good with it. I can't live like that. For me, my work-life balance includes my wife and my children, my neighbors, my friends. I don't want to be a pariah. I've had those opportunities to be a pariah in life. My profession forced me to be a pariah. So I'm good with it. You know what I mean? So our employment market has changed, hasn't it? Gig workers, OnlyFans, part-time jobs at UPS. What do they call it? Side hustles. If anything, the July labor market report reinforces this view. And if Powell and we, not only that, there's a whole other fucking thing going on here. I got to say something else too in this. I'm a veteran. I never once in my life tried to take advantage of most of the benefits from my military service. I joined the military personally because I didn't think I was a man. I thought my dad looked down on me. I wasn't a man in my family's eyes unless I served the military. That's why I joined. I shit you not. I literally never had a plan to join the military. I woke up one morning and said, I'm never going to be a fucking man if I don't do what my dad did. What's fascinating is the number of people that benefit, grift, I call it fraud, to be honest with you, from their military service today. If you live in a nice neighborhood right now, I know if you live in a neighborhood with a $500,000 house or higher, I've lived there. How many people in your neighborhood served in the military that have no business owning those homes? Tons. 30%. When I was in the military before Iraq, they never gave shit. No medals, no fucking disability. Vietnam veterans will tell you that they begged, pleaded for more disability as decades passed. They never got it. Not until Iraq. The second one. Then all of a sudden, everybody is a fucking veteran. Everybody's got problems. Everybody needs a disability. This is a dirty little secret. If you're a vet, you know this. You can apply for all kinds of cool shit today. Whether it's deserved or not, I don't know. But I know that not only do we have the gig economy, but the dirty little secret is there are other participants that have some kind of benefit. You see a poor person trying to cause a car crash. I want to make some money off of insurance. I'm going to get my hustle going. But there's also someone out there with money that got it and hustled from their service in the military. Shit you not. Now, I don't have an opinion if that's good or bad. In my view as a veteran, I think they deserve it. Veterans give a lot for what they get. There's a stark difference between a military veteran and a police officer, in my view. Police officer gets to say no and gets to go home to their wife and children, and they get great pay and benefits. A military person at some point realizes, they don't have to be a hero or anything, but they realize that they're not going home. And if they're ever told to charge that hill with bullets raining down, even if they're a cook, even if they're a dishwasher, even if they're a custodian, they have to do it. They don't have a fucking choice. If you're a sailor on a ship, you're a target in a real war. Even the lowest person that's not a hero, gone. Airbase, Air Force, right? An airbase, they target those. That's everybody on that base gone. And that's a distinct difference. So my own personal feelings on, is that fraud? Probably not. But we have to know the reality of the market, the participants, and the data today says that they're wealthy. They got money. I don't know how they're getting it. Gigs, side work, hustling, OnlyFans, military benefits. We don't know. We just know that it's there and they're doing it. Barclays highlights Powell already warned of a slowdown in payroll employment, pointing to immigration and aging, which have slowed the flow into the labor force. We probably have a little bit of unknown data out there, money running around through other things. If anything, the July labor market report reinforces this view, and if Powell and we are right about the sharp decline in the break-even payroll rate, then a monetary policy that attempts to boost employment numbers is bound to cause the labor market to overheat, increase wage growth, and ultimately push up inflation. While some, like Barclays, expect a clear binary outcome from Jackson Hole, others expect a more nuanced message from Powell. Among them are Goldman and JP Morgan. The former leans dovish and the latter expects no signal and no reaction at all. So Barclays says binary. JPM and Goldman are no reaction or slightly dovish. Goldman economist David Marcel expects Powell to modify his statements from the July FOMC presser that the FOMC is well positioned to wait. Listen to this closely. So Goldman says the FOMC is he thinks this will be the statement. FOMC is well positioned to wait for more information. Instead, he might note that the FOMC is well positioned to address risks to both sides of its mandate, but emphasize that downside risks to the labor market have grown following the July employment report. That seems reasonable. And that would also help the cut people, right? While reiterating that tariffs are likely to have only a one-time effect on price level, a position that will be viewed as dovish by the market. That said, Goldman does not expect Powell to decisively signal a September cut, but the speech should make it clear to markets that he is likely to support one. So I'll reiterate this to you. You know, if the data, we are aware that we have softening data in inflation. We're aware of the softening data in employment. If things deteriorate, we are open to a cut. We'd be supportive of a cut. That appeases market sentiment, doesn't it? That's how you get to the no reaction or slightly dovish. Does that make a cut, though? No. And Jerome is kind of famous for that, isn't he? Not rocking the market when he's put on the spot. So I would expect something similar to this myself. That said, Goldman does not expect Powell to decisively signal a September cut. Agreed. Powell to decisively signal September cut. So you're going to be watching for any kind of pushback here or any kind of agreements from Jerome tomorrow. Look closely at what he has to say here. We're not making any movements up right now. I took this one right here and got out, but I don't know what to do with this. No touchy for me in here. Don't touch any of this. Goldman expects the FOMC, and that's also because they're coming in at 12 p.m. You don't want to touch this at all. You want to see if the buyers step in or the sellers step in. Not bearish or bullish here, just neutral. But the speech should make it clear to markets that it is likely to support one. On the framework review, Goldman expects the FOMC to partially reverse some of its changes it made in 2020, the infamous fate J-hole, as it is foreshadowed in the minutes to its recent meetings. Specifically, expect the FOMC to return to saying that it will respond to deviations from maximum employment in both directions rather than just to shortfalls, or to at least water down the shortfalls language. And to return, can you post those white papers for me inside the Discord? Actual white papers. I'm going to send them to myself so you can... As was foreshadowed in the minutes to its recent meetings, specifically expect the FOMC to return to saying that it will respond to deviations from maximum employment in both directions rather than just shortfalls, or to at least water down the shortfalls language and return to flexible inflation targeting rather than flexible average inflation targeting as its main strategy, while retaining the option to use a makeup strategy at the 0-0 lower bound. Well, these sellers, man, they just don't like this at all, do they? These sellers don't like this at all. I guess we got to pound them out again. See if we can catch a nice buy down here. That was Goldman Sachs. JPM, their perspective is the bank's market intel team notes that according to both the bank's FX and rates trading desks, no one is pricing a significant move stemming from the event. Or as JPM's Andrew Tyler puts it, quote, given that the Fed's decision on the September cut is dependent on the September NFP, September 5th, put that in your notebooks, September 5th NFP and September 11th CPI prints, Jackson Hole is shaping up to be inconsequential. Douchebank says that Chair Powell's speech at Jackson Hole has often been used to send important policy signals. And it was last year that Powell said the time has come for policy to adjust. Before they then cut rates at the next meeting by 50 BPS. I'm going to give you the top line on this, which is you want to be looking for any kind of pushback or no pushback from Fed chair and governors. Little presidents, as I like to call them. This morning, we got some pushback from Hammock on that September rate cut. You also have to consider that a lot of these chairs, or not chairs, but president or governors, are looking to be the next Fed chair or new governors. So they're going to get picked up by the news wire, aren't they? Oh, yeah, let me suck off the White House. What do they want? Cuts? Oh, fuck yeah. How many cuts? All of them? Oh, yeah, I'll cut them all. I'll go negative for you, bro. Just make me the next governor. %1 is not nothing. Well, I did tell them earlier. I told them earlier to stay on the edges. Let's not forget what I forget what I said here. Hold on here. Let's go back and look again. Tighter. Let's not forget what I said about not caring about the outcome of Jackson's Hole. You would be served better sitting up here. We go up here, we sell it. Same thing down here. Blast down, up again. This binary event likely does not have the impact you're looking for. This is more than 1% right here, or roughly 1%. But you would do better just sitting on the outside of it, to sell it or to buy it, rather than predicting the outcome tomorrow. Like you're in the middle. You don't want to be in the middle on those events, not at this time of year. You'd rather just be down here as a buyer or be here as a seller. Being stuck here, no bueno, right? They're going to dump it down here or send it up here to dump, right? There's really no point. Why? I mean, I guess you could do a straddle for both outcomes. That would work if we're here. If we bleed down here into this event, what do you think we're going to be? Going long, right? So if we come up here, though, into tomorrow, a straddle would work. But otherwise, you're just over here and over here, right? It's a non-event. Sorry, hang tight, guys. Got a couple things I got to do. The event is to stay on the edges. And it would likely serve you well for the foreseeable future. Until September, late September, early October, you just park yourself on the edges. If you're a bull, you stay low. If you're a bear, you kind of rein in the upside expectations, right? Any big squeezes, upside moves, just sell. Fairly easy. Are we not on stream? Did I lose the stream? Reset your browser at home. Come on here. Trying to get positioned long again. I got to watch that red bar up there. This one right here. There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. We missed this one. Do we not hit that bottom over there? Oh, we missed this one. Watch out for this one here. Might go down here one more time. Not yet. Watch out for this leg right here. I'm going to read to you next the a Q&A that was done with Q&A that was done with Goldman's on why the bank expects a case for cutting but no definitive signal. So there's a case for cutting, but there's no definitive signal. Question, what is the agenda for the Fed's Jackson Hole Conference? The theme for this year's conference is labor markets in transition, demographics, productivity, and macroeconomic policy. The key event for markets is Chair Powell's speech on the economic outlook on Friday, August 22nd. The rest of the conference on Friday and Saturday consists of presentations of research papers, panel discussions, and policymaker speeches. The Fed will release the conference agenda on Thursday at 8 p.m. and will release the research papers before each event begins. What is your current Fed forecast? Question, what is your current Fed forecast? We expect an initial string of 3 consecutive 25 basis point cuts in September, November, and December, followed by 2 more next year to a terminal rate of 3 to 3.25%. We think that the weak July employment report, in particular, soft pace of job growth, has likely already convinced the Fed leadership to resume rate cuts. I agree with that. I think we're early. I only nitpick the earliness of it. I think our economy deteriorates next year and that they're going to chase cutting into that, which is historically what they do. Even if job growth bounces back in August, the downward revisions in July were likely unsettling enough to make delaying any further seem unwise. I'm going to read this to you. The downward revision in July were likely unsettling enough to make delaying rate cuts any further, seem unwise. What you expect Chair Powell to say about the economy in the question, what do you expect the Chair Powell to say about the economy in a possible September cut? The answer is we expect Powell to modify his earlier statement from the July FOMC press conference that the FOMC is, quote, well-positioned to learn more about the likely course of the economy and the evolving balance of risks before adjusting our policy stance. Instead, he might note the FOMC is well-positioned. Instead, quote, he might note that the FOMC is well-positioned to address risks to both sides of its mandate while making it clear that he is more concerned about risks to the labor market. He will likely emphasize that downside risks to the labor market have grown following the July employment report, which showed large negative revisions to job growth that imply a weak trend pace and narrow breadth of job creation. He will also likely reiterate that a reasonable base case is that tariffs are likely to have only a one-time effect on price level. I disagree with this. I think that the Fed is looking at the weak jobs or employment information as transitory. They're unsure yet if it's sticky or not. I think it's sticky, but I don't think they're going to say that. I think they're going to say they're going to monitor it. Your bit, like simplified. You have an argument right now to begin the cutting process today that would lead into major cuts by next summer. And I pretend that we're still slightly early. Just slightly, not much, but slightly. I am in agreement that it's going to deteriorate, but I don't think we know just yet. There's one thing here I want to tell you. Even though I'm bearish on next year, the data that we have right now does not show a recession. And people predict recessions frequently, and they're frequently wrong. So I can be wrong here easily. Even though I see that in the future, I can be wrong. And I also think this jobs thing is tied into uncertainty, like job creation. So forget what JPM and Goldman wants. I want you to think about if tariffs were to be wrapped up. Yeah. White House policy wraps up. There might not be a case for cutting, right? People start hiring again. Whew, we know everything is known now. I can do my normal plan, right? So I think you could possibly assign some of this weakness in jobs to uncertainty, even though it's not on the speaking topics for people. It's probably unknown if it's transitory or sticky. So right now the argument comes down to what? Let's watch this down here. I don't like any of this here. I don't like any of that. I don't like that right there either. I don't like that one. That's way down here. There ain't nothing down there. This is the important one, 628.91. We know that this is open. We know this is open. The white line. We also know if we break down here, that opens a major door, doesn't it? going on here? My account is all funky. Back to funky account again. What the fuck is going on here? This is like... Wait, fucking, I already felt that. God damn it. I'm trying to do too many things at once here. Ah, fucker. Sorry, guys. I'm trading here in the background. Continuing on with the response from Powell, GS believes we do not expect Powell to decisively signal a September cut, but the speech should make it clear to markets. Hold on, I got to watch this here. Hang tighter, guys. In a trade right now. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We expect Powell to modify his earlier statement from the July FOMC presser. Well positioned. Oh, we already went through all that. We do not expect Powell to decisively signal a September cut, but the speech should make it clear to markets that it is likely to support one. I think that's the greater statement here. We do not expect, I'm going to say it again to you. We do not expect Powell to decisively signal a September cut, but like right in the middle. No hawk. No guarantee, pushback on the guarantee of a September cut. He set hammock out for that today, but calm markets at the same time. They were open to it. Not what the market wants to hear, though, right? We suspect that most FOMC participants who have expressed mixed feelings about cutting in September will be willing to support cut if Powell pushes for one, but that he will think it more reasonable to make that case to them closer to the meeting with more data in hand. False. They already know. I just told it to you. I don't think you get a rate cut. The data would need to be like crazy bad. I mean, crazy, like obscenely bad. We haven't seen that data yet, so unless it's something like that, I don't agree with this statement. Possible dovish surprises could include an even more concerned tone in the labor market, or a stronger message that will likely be appropriate to lower the funds rate soon. Possible hawkish surprises could include a more balanced tone on risks to the two sides of the mandate, or a focus on the easy level of broad financial conditions. That's where I am. I'm like, you can appease all you want, Jerome. I know you don't want to rock the boat. I understand that. Watch out for this big-ass red bar right here. These fuckers want blood. You can see it here. The next question is, does Jackson's hole matter? has Powell provided market-moving policy guidance in the past? Powell has often given policy guidance and moved the bond market in his speeches at Jackson Hole. He argued for continuing quarterly cuts in 2018. He hinted at the need to deliver cuts that the market had already priced to keep financial conditions easy and support the economy in 2019. Announced the largely expected outcome of the first framework review in 2020. He reinforced expectations of an upcoming taper in 2021. He reiterated that it would be appropriate to slow the pace of tightening at some point and said another 75 BPS hike could be appropriate but would depend on the data in 2022. He said that the FOMC would proceed carefully in 2023, which wound up signaling that it would not hike at the next meeting, and signaled that a cut had already been foreshadowed in the July minutes was coming, and said that the balance of risks had changed and that the timing and pace of cuts would depend on the data in 2024, which led the bond market to price a greater probability of a 50 BPS cut. So, on net, we do have moments in these Jackson's Hole moments where we do get insights into actual policy. In this case, in particular, if that's the case, I don't think you get the assured cut in September. I don't think it's there. I think even if you get the cut in September, it'll be political, and I don't think that Jerome's going to hammer it home for you. I don't think that he does, even if the market expects it, even if we get it, even if the data changes. I don't think that tomorrow you'll get that definitive answer. I think that you're going to get we're open to those cuts in September if the data shows NFP, jobless claims, unemployment, doesn't matter. If that data is crazy, sure, we'll cut. But the cycle of cutting is likely pushed off. I would be saving it for earliest December as the data deteriorates, and then maybe into spring and summer. And I would expect, my thesis here would be, if we had a high, it's very simple. If we have a high at the end of the year, this is the high. Let's pretend that's December, February. You would have your natural downside move in the spring. And you might get some cuts in here, one or two. Right? And then we fail to make a new all-time high next year. We start shanking down into the fall. And that's where you get your aggressive cutting. Right? A little bit farther out in time. They want the cuts now. Here. I think they're more here and here. If that makes any sense to you. Maybe that's simpler. Okay, let's start cutting now as we're going up. Fuck no. Out of your fucking minds. No fucking way. The thesis of a lot of people out there is that if you do the cuts early, you'll avoid all of this over here. I disagree. I disagree because I've read the books from prior Fed chairs. In their view, they do not think that the Fed or the Treasury or policy from the White House changes these natural cycles. They can only blunt those cycles with policy. Next question was, what do you expect Chair Powell to say about the FOMC's framework review? We discussed our expectations for the framework review in an earlier report. The FOMC has already foreshadowed in the minutes to its recent meetings that is likely to partially reverse some of the changes it made in its first framework review in 2020. But it will likely do so in moderation because Powell and other Fed officials have rejected the argument that those changes contributed meaningfully to the pandemic inflation surge and have noted that the FOMC might find itself constrained by the zero lower bound and in need of tools for supporting the economy again someday. That's what I'm telling you. They need those tools to support the economy again someday. That makes sense to me. That seems pragmatic. Specifically, we expect the FOMC to return to saying that it will respond to deviations from maximum employment in both directions, rather than just shortfalls, or at least water down the shortfalls language. That makes sense, which was meant to indicate that the FOMC would not tighten monetary policy solely in response to a low unemployment rate if it is not creating excessive inflationary pressure. I agree with that, 100%. You can change that language. Good. I'm fine with that. That's basically what? Open to different outcomes, right? No problem. We'll start cutting. So things start to deteriorate. Things start to negatively become velocity in a negative way, velocity in a positive way. We'll even raise rates. We're open to both outcomes. Neither change is likely to have an immediate impact on monetary policy. Powell is unlikely to discuss the review of the Fed's communications practices, which will conclude later this year. Question: what are your views on the conference theme, labor markets and transition, demographics, productivity, and macroeconomic policy? The answer from Goldman is the conference theme is broad, and we are not sure what angles the economists presenting papers will explore. Our recent research on the labor market is focused on the impact of the rise and fall of immigration over the last several years. On the theme of productivity, presenters might note that the labor productivity growth has averaged a healthier 1.8% annualized pace since 2019 Q4, above the 1.5% pace it averaged in the prior cycle from 2007 to 2019, and closer to the historical average of around 2%. So not so bad, right? We're actually above average contextually. The note goes on later to say that they like the trade on the dollar rather than indexes. The best option for a tactical long Euro USD for dovish Fed pivot to focus on max employment I'm not going to tell you what the trades are. Finally, turning to more plain expressions of sentiment, Goldman derivative strategist John Marshall writes that ahead of the Jackson Hole Symposium, option prices on most ETFs are low relative to history, especially those related to high-yield bonds. That's HYG. Emerging markets and the S&P 500. Investors are expecting elevated volatility on ETFs focused on regional banking. Listen to this part closely. Regional banking, real estate, and technology, given their option prices are relatively low to history. Just want to post this for you really quick. Did that work? What is going on here? Oh, wait a minute. There it is. I missed it. Can't see shit. Right here. Hold on here. Huh? What is he saying? I don't understand what he's saying. Does that help or no? Wait a minute here. Damn it. Hold on here. Stop this. Sorry, I'm trying to answer some questions in the Discord right now. I'm getting a bunch of questions. I'm trying to like follow up with people here. It's not, I got a lot going on. You guys might, if you're watching this show right now, we have a lot going on right now. And, or if you're watching this show, you may not realize that there's a lot going on in the background. There's between like the show and all this other bullshit and this and that and a bunch of chats and then, ooh, nice. Yeah, there you go. Give me free money. Give me free money. I can't like. Something's going. I've got some problems with Discord. Like every time a post happens, it's like I'm being left behind in Discord in the chat. I don't know why this is happening. It might be something to do with. I don't. It might be some kind of like. I got like functionality issues with Discord right now. It's like kicking me out of the newest part of the feed. It's like pushing me up or something. It's jittering in the background. I don't know exactly why. Oh. Whee! What the fuck just happened there? What the fuck just happened there? Oh, you motherfuckers. I just got fucked in a trade. Not that trade, another trade. This happens to me sometimes. Fat fingers stuff. Like getting fat fingered here. Or lies, maybe. What the fuck did that just happen? Hang tighter, guys. Mm-hmm. I don't know how that just happened to me. I gotta find out. Man, that is an ugly fucking red bar right here. Oh my god, is that a real article? That article is terrible. The article is fucking terrible. I don't even want to read that. You want to show some let me show some oh god, now we're getting the Fed whisper. Oh god, I got to read that one. All right, we'll read this one, Volwiz. Oh god, where's the tweet? Jay Powell under 15 hours ago. Jay Powell is under siege on multiple fronts. Oh god. Do I have to read that one? Political pressure with a whiff of institutional overhaul that goes beyond changing the chair. An economy flirting with stagflation light or a slowdown. A committee splintering over managing the trade-offs. Which one is that? Yeah, I didn't see anything. I only saw the one from 15 hours ago. I just went to Nikki's to Nikki's Twitter. Should I repost this thing? Hold on here. Hold on, I got I just reposted his post. I just saw. I don't follow him anymore. I stopped following Nick Timrose. I should still follow him, but I don't. I just reposted his last post from last night. My calls aren't getting burned. My calls are fine. My calls are good. I'm happy right now. I'm a happy trader right now. Hang tighter. Oh. Hey, look at that. Yay. I'm making fuck tons of money right now. I posted my position in the Discord, right? I think I did. That's what he just did. I would right, dude. Hold on, Volwiz, do you want to come on the show for a minute?
And Ukraine says we'll know in about 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, we'll have to maybe take other tact.
Come on here. Hold on, bro. I think my phone is either off or whatever. Where's Volwiz?
Hello, everybody. This is.
Let me see if I can call him, see if he answers.
Yeah, it's really me. And I'm going to do a little advert for financial.
He may not answer.
You're behind the markets.
Oh, thanks, Talking Monkey. Yeah, I'll call. You gonna call Talking Monkey? We'll switch. We'll switch it up. I love Talking Monkey. He fucking tells the market exactly where the fuck it's going. Hold on a second here. Where's Talking Monkey? I'll try calling him. He'll be like, no. I'll call him. Let's see if he answers. God damn it, don't be calling me. Don't worry, Talking Monkey. I don't have you live on the show. I'm doing it quietly in the background. Yes, he answered. What's that? They can't hear you. Just talk to me privately in the background. Oh, I can hear the reverb from the show in the background. Mute that for a minute. You have to pause it. Just mute that shit for like 2 minutes. You want to say how? Have you ever been on the show? Yeah, fuck yeah. Do you want to say hi or no? Right. I'll be softball. There'll be no gotchas. Hold on here. Let's see if we can put you on here. Hold on. Oh, check 1 2. Okay, so Volwiz is in the powder room right now. We're gonna be joined by Talking Monkey. He's moderator on he's a moderator on, you'll see him oftentimes in chats on video stream, and he's a trusted member inside of our Discord, and he tries to wrangle people in, and he also jumps out of the tree and attacks doggone it sometimes. So
only because you need some attacking.
That's right. So we're live here with Talking Monkey. Talking Monkey, you want to say hello?
Yeah, I'll say hello. Hey, gang, what's up?
Nice.
Some of you guys don't know my voice. Some of you guys got a little taste of it a little while back. Doggone it, is a little too excited about it.
Do you think they're trying to unlock this downside move here?
I think so.
Me too. I agree.
Yeah. I've had I've had some 30s and 26s on for like about a week actually, and I've been kind of following it down. So
I keep getting in and out of puts. Like I'm in them and I'm out of them, and then I got a bigger, larger hedge on. So I'm like, that's enough for me.
no, today's been a great. I love days like today. I saw that down move in the morning, and I said that's not going to last, and I knew it was going to pump the other way, and so took it the other way and dropped a load up the top there, and now we're heading back down. It just we're bouncing up and down and up and down. You got to be nimble. So noobs, be careful.
Do you think that do you think it's appropriate to tell them to stay far on the edges? They don't listen to that when I tell them that. I feel like they don't listen to it.
They just want to do stuff. So yeah, absolutely. But you can kind of tell. So, and I kind of follow the rule of threes. Like you can kind of tell there's areas that it's bouncing off of, and and a lot of times, like we're at a level like this, you can see 1, 2, 3 layers, and then it's going to jam down and pop back up.
Mm-hmm.
And, you just got to kind of follow those. That sort of built-in system. Do you ever do that, Cap? Do you keep an eye on that?
Yeah,
consistent. You can see it, especially on a 1 minute.
I often I'll do like 0 dates for like quick rips and stuff, like in and out, in and out, in and out, or down, in and out, in and out.
Yeah.
And then when we're like around here, I'm like, we're sitting on a 1 minute chart. So like, if we scale, let me just show this on the screen. So like, if we like scale out over here, it doesn't look so bad, does it? It's like,
no, totally no. The only place you can do this is on a 1 minute. It's totally for scalping purposes.
Like min maxing, right? Like otherwise, like it doesn't. In my view, I'm like, I don't care if we do this. I don't care if we do this.
It doesn't show up at all like this. It's
the only thing I'm really scared is if we go down and then we were to make a new low underneath, but then I would just close my position and take this leg down. So it's fairly easy, right?
So you'll see it on a 15, you'll see it on an hour. I mean, you'll see it on greater time schedules, but if you want to jump in and out of stuff, it's really good to use on a 1 minute.
Yeah, currently I'm in some calls for tomorrow. I haven't said that
I have some too. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And they're holding value pretty well, actually.
Yeah, I think I think at this point, this rejection here will resolve itself once the vol blows off tomorrow, and this will start squeezing. I thought we would go up higher today.
Don't you think it wants that daily?
Say again?
Don't you think it wants that daily? Didn't get to touch it yesterday.
Yeah, I think. Well, what I think is, I think ultimately we're going lower. So it's more a matter of like unlock this one, unlock that one. This one's already been unlocked here. Or I said this one here, but I misspoke.
Yeah, you feel like that's unlocked?
No, I give it like a 95% chance that this is unlocked right here. This is the biggie at this point. We already unlocked this one.
Yeah.
The only question now is like how deep we can go this deep, but we don't need to. So
right.
Like there's no requirement, right? Like I think David AMS would say that shit too. Like there's no requirement to get down there. So I think my only point here is I'm like long here to do any of this here, any of that there. It'll pop up here in a minute for you. And if it doesn't, I turn to a seller to trade all that down there, whatever that is, But I don't think we're there yet. So even though it's unlocked down here, doesn't mean we trade it down there. I see the downside move here. I think most traders would be better down here though, but they get, how it goes, right? Like they want in. If we just bounce and go higher, they're gonna get mad that they didn't catch that. So I mean, I guess it's pick your own poison at this point.
Yeah, I feel like there's a come around trade in here. I feel like
yeah,
it's it like we kind of got really close to that daily.
We'll see.
Bounce. We're kind of retesting a little bit. We'll pop. I think I'm kind of in your camp where I feel like we'll have like a pretty good bounce off of that, but then I think we're coming right back down.
Yeah, I'm still on this trade here, and then I would like to see this tomorrow, maybe. and then the higher trade after. So it looks, in my view, I see it more like this. Or actually, that's wrong too. Hold on. Yeah, that's right.
Yep, something like that.
And this here is the Powell. Hold on. Let me turn this bigger so that hold on here. Where's Powell? Friday, 10 a.m. This is how I see it right here. I'll wait for it to pop on your screen, but I see it like this. But I can see and agree that, like, let's say you're short right now. I can see the concept of like the unrealized volatility trade lower. I just don't know if it's down here this low. Maybe it is because they know it's only going to go up. So if they catch the print here, that's good. If they're uncertain on the print, if they're confident in catching the print here, then we should go up, and then we'll do the blast down, and then over. I mean, I think they catch the print. I just don't know if it's here or here. I guess I just don't know if it's here or here.
Yeah.
So I think right now, prudent to be long, and only chase this if we break below and start making new lows today into the bell. What are your thoughts on that?
Absolutely. What are you in?
642s for tomorrow.
Oh, 42s. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in for 642s.
Lotto 45s. So I feel like they'll probably get a little juiced and
I can't buy.
So cheap.
I can't pay the event premium. I can't. I'm unwilling to fucking pay it. So I'll just take the trip. I'll take whatever this trip is up, and I'll get out before we ever get there. Just because I'm not having to pay the premium on the in the money stuff. So I'm not unwilling. I'm not fucking doing that, dude, to get cut up. Like, I fuck that shit. They were doing that yesterday, weren't they? I think, or the day before.
Mm-hmm.
They were like, "Hey, you want it in the money?" One.
You got wrecked that day. I had a bad day that day too. I wasn't in quite as deep, but it was just a messy day.
I got wrecked. I got wrecked on Friday, I think, and then yesterday, the day before, I actually gave money back to the market, and then clawed my way back yesterday at the end of the day. So I've had some like up and down days. It hasn't been as clean as I want it to be. What about, are you hedged in the market or no?
Not heavily hedged. And I do have some UVXY.
Oh, you do?
That I've been kind of following. Yeah.
Cool.
Just because I feel like this is an angry market. It's kind of doing crazy stuff right now. So
yeah, I agree with that.
It's not paying like it. I wished it would, but it's a little bit.
I feel like
I'm not deeply hedged, but you know what? I have I've got a lot of stuff. Like I'm kind of like you. Like I dumped a lot of my portfolio just because
I did that too.
What's happening right now?
I did that.
Yeah, and so I did.
I'm de-risking
silver last year, and that's just been cranking.
I'm de-risking a lot in my life too, and over the past 6 months or so, like year, maybe even longer than that. But I don't like the end. Do you think that the end result of? Do you think we're coming into the end of a bull cycle, or no? Somewhere down the road, or don't know.
I've been on that.
Don't care.
Yeah, I kind of don't care right now a little bit, but yes and no. I feel like we're due for some turbulence. I feel like the crazy stuff that's going on, all these tariffs and all this stuff. I don't know. Like I think I live in a world that is a little bit on the edges of all that, all of this economy. I've told you guys many times I work in advertising.
Say that again. I missed you. I missed what you said.
I work in advertising.
Okay.
That's my career. And
from that perspective, putting that hat on, what is your perspective on the economy at large?
Yeah, that's where I'm going. Is like every time our market is our industry is very, very nervous right now. Tons of layoffs, and my gal works at a.
Is it not replacing or layoffs? Like physical, like is it actual like we're cutting you, or is it we're not rehiring?
Yes. I'm not going to go into what company she
Nope.
got laid off from, but 10 rounds of layoffs they had over the last year and a half.
I know it's
a huge, large retail environment, manufacturer and seller, and everybody, you guys wear this stuff all the time, and this company is just getting wrecked.
Do you who are they firing? It's horrible to say this because it's illegal, but are they firing older people?
Yeah, you know what? There's a lot of parachutes being handed out whenever they can. Obviously,
and no rehiring with younger people.
Yeah, there's some rehiring with younger people, and some just keeping only the lowest paid people. You know, in that, like for example, her department. It was a very specific arm of the advertising quarter of her industry, or of the company. And in her department, there's probably hundreds of people altogether, but in her one department, there was 10 people, and they left it with 2.
Ooh.
Both of those people don't know what they're doing at all.
I get the. I've heard uncertainty from. I've heard from everyone I speak to. That's all I hear is uncertainty. Even though like the stock market is like the stock market zeitgeist is, oh, we're past uncertainty in the economy. We're not on that trade anymore. The uncertainty trade. It doesn't stop the economy from being on the uncertainty trade, right? Or Bob on Main Street being on the uncertainty trade. That's what I see in the numbers is uncertainty from the decider or business deciders, right?
Yeah.
That's still
Joe
there.
Was on top of it last year when he was talking about how a lot of companies are stocking up.
Yeah.
And those guys are doing great right now because, wow, look what happened, you know. So they were really on top of that.
They win either way, right? In either outcome, they win by being prudent.
Yeah, it was just output. It was just putting capital against it earlier than later, really. So it's not really that big of a deal.
Doggone it was telling me, he's in a bunch of big mover and shaker circles, and he was telling me that everyone, even if they like Trump, they're just scared shitless. Like everybody's scared.
Yeah, man.
Whether they like him or not doesn't matter. What's that?
You know, it's not that it's not that the economy can't handle it either. It's just such a shock, man. It's so much, so fast, and then when you combine that with all of the political nonsense and just the rampant lies, it's just like, what is going on, man? It's really freaking people out. So
it was coming into the it was coming it was bleeding into the it was bleeding into the Michigan consumer sentiment, but there's no like Michigan business owner sentiment, is there? Or maybe there, I don't know if there is, but I think there is. But hold on, let me look at this. There is a data point, but let me look that up.
Yeah, I don't know if there is or not.
I think there is. Let's see what that looks like. I haven't looked at it versus, because consumer sentiment's improved.
While you're looking that up, I was just gonna say, like,
That's the Small Business Optimism Index, bro. That's what it's called.
Oh, what is that?
I'm gonna look at it right now. I haven't looked at it recently in a while. It says here in July there was notable improvements in overall business health. That doesn't mean. It says when asked to rate the overall health of their business, 13% reported excellent, up 5 points. 52% reported good, up 3 points. 31% reported the health of their business was fair, down 4 points, and 4% reported poor. Hold on, nope. Let me check the next one.
That sounds pretty healthy.
It says they're expecting better business conditions, but that could be because of all the layoffs and the tightening the belt and all that kind of shit. 11% of inflation was their single most important problem or operating. Unchanged from the net percentage of owners expecting higher real sales volumes fell 1 point. So they're still uncertain here in some of this. The net percent of owners expecting higher real sales volumes fell 1 point from June to a net 6%, which is low. though expected real sales are higher than actual sales. The current reading is comfortably below the 52 average, 22%. No, that doesn't matter. So the NFIB, basically, there's uncertainty still from the business owner, even though the data doesn't support it. So that could create the recession, right, or stagflation, I guess, like people can too, sentiment-driven recessionary outcomes.
Yeah, and we have to. I mean, that's a pretty good report because it's not quite as lagging as some other ones, but a lot of these reports are so lagging, and so we find out 2 months down the road that.
Watch out for a drop here, guys. Sorry, interrupt.
That's right. Yeah, we could find out 2 months down the road that sentiment really started to burn. 2 months ago.
Do you remember when the Michigan consumer sentiment was in the shitter, but the real data, the hard data disagreed, and then all the reporters were yelling at Jerome? They were like, I think in 2008 that was the case. Consumer sentiment was in the shitter. The market was on a high. The hard data was good, and it resolved, of course, to major downside. The soft data was telling the truth. What's that?
Look at what was happening then. They were just giving away money. So sure, people are going to be happy if they've got money to burn, and then all of a sudden that sentiment turned really fast when they ran out of money. So.
Do you think that this red bar here is a pin for us into tomorrow? The red bar on Bookmap? Or do you think it dissipates as we get into the end of the day?
That's what it looked like to me. That's what I thought of earlier. I was went, oh man, they do not want anybody going above that today. But we'll see.
There's major hedging today. Did you see that?
Right?
What's that?
What's that?
There's a lot of hedging today.
Oh yeah.
Everyone's still long.
Especially when it was dark red. I was like, oh my God, look at that. Look at that.
That fucking bar is insane right there.
It is insane. That's multiple levels of like FU right there.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know what's crazy is there's like nothing above it.
Right.
It's like it's a massive squeeze above there.
Yeah.
Look at that.
And they could turn it off too. They could just say like you're not going there just because they don't want you to think you can go there. Oh God, look at that bastard.
Yeah, we're coming down right now.
Well, you can see those frosty lines up above there too. Oh, here we go.
So it's not this white line that we're concerned about. The downside's already locked. It's this one down here. So you can see that.
So I think what could happen is I'm kind of in this. I think you've seen me talk about it before. I think there is a grand super cycle moment coming,
Yeah.
And
I don't know. You don't believe in it?
It's going to be until it may be like in 5 years, honestly. Like a really insane one.
Like the grand super cycle stuff and like the Elliott wave stuff, it kind of works, but then I'm like, I mean, it kind of works. But I feel like it works in unison with other stuff.
Yeah, for sure. But it kind of makes sense with the way
coming into S1 right now. It's fine
because we've had kind of a sea change, in our technology, and I think that's going to make a mess of things. Honestly, I think some people are going to get so goddamn wealthy, it's just ridiculous, and I think it's going to leave a lot of people in the dust, and I think that's going to create big problems down the road. Now, like, and they were talking about that, Sam Altman and those guys. They were talking about the earnings are not there for AI right
No,
now.
they're not.
And so, which means there's a couple of companies that are going to be fine because they're going to keep dumping capital into this and investing in it, and the biggest and the strongest will survive. But that also means that a lot of people out there right now are not going to make it.
So you're talking about the disparity between middle class and or the disparity between the haves and have-nots, maybe.
I think there's some of that involved in it too, but I'm literally talking about a business environment. It feels very .com to me. I don't know how many you remember it.
Yeah.
I was
No, I remember
starting my
clearly.
career at that point. It was like if you put .com on the end of a business name, it went through the roof. It went up 800% and ridiculous stuff like that. You saw that stuff happen all day long. And then what happened is, NASDAQ went down 80-90%, right?
Yeah.
So, um,
And they took
that's
those
real.
tech companies to the woodshed first, right? We broadened the market first, or while that was going on. You know what I mean by that? Like, so you get like the indexes are still going up with through breadth, but then they're just annihilating all those tech companies back in the tech bubble.
Yeah.
I wonder about like when I hear all like when I see the grandiosity of some of these tech CEOs
Mhm.
right now, that's what makes me feel like the tech bubble. And that they have a bullseye right in their fucking face. And I thought Sam Altman was trying to get ahead of it.
Well, that guy's playing 4D chess. So, I mean, I think he probably doesn't care one lick which way it goes, because I think he's positioned himself a decade out in front of it one way or another. But I think that's why, one of the reasons why he's just being honest about it, saying, look, this is a stupid market. That's basically what he's saying this is a stupid market. There's a lot of massive amounts of stupidity going on. The money is not rolling in from this investment in AI. There's a lot of stuff to do. It's already affecting energy. I mean, it's starting to show up on energy maps all over the place now. The
Yeah.
AI use stuff like that. So,
What do you
crazy?
Do you think it's okay for these companies to subsidize this, like, we're going to build big data centers, we're going to build big energy plants, but we're not going to do it through like not quite FDR, but hey, we got to build an interstate, we're going to do it through taxation. I feel like right now we're being asked to do that without a referendum in the government. It's like, oh, we're just going to push this on you.
Shady stuff going on. They're going to do whatever. They're going to cut deals, and they're going to build stuff. I think they're going to mostly privately own it, though. This time around, I don't think they want to get stuck in utilities and being told what to do with it. I think, I think we talked about this a little while ago too, is where, I think some of these companies are just going to build their own power plants, and they'll get us to pay for it somehow, probably, but they'll.
Did you see the BlackRock article trying to put a bid in to buy an electric company in some state? I don't remember where, but that popped yesterday.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, man, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That's another thing, is a lot of these companies are going after resources. They're gobbling up water rights and water resources. They know where their bread's buttered in the future. So,
what are your thoughts on like seasonal weakness or end of year outcomes, or was that maybe the market top for the year? Any of that kind of like broader stroke stuff? Don't care, open to whatever.
That's kind of what I was thinking. So I've been waiting for like another good dump. I was surprised we only got 20%. It would be a little odd though, wouldn't it, to see another 20% at some point really soon? That's not really how it works. Kind of does a dump and then it goes along its merry way for a while again.
When I was looking at the breadth on, when I was looking at the momentum on the higher frames, the only way that I saw a continuation up was if we did something like the 90s, where we have like those big ass drawdowns, and they still resolve to the upside. It's the only way that I see the extension into like next year, or farther out in time.
A big weird wiki, just capital suck or something. I don't know. I don't feel like it would be characteristic that. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, is there a couple of times that you can remember where we had multiple pretty good sized drawdowns within a short time of each other?
Yeah.
I mean,
So
a couple times a year, 5%, 10%. You know, it's a couple of those a year is fine, but like 20 and 20 or 20 and 30 or something like that.
outside of the tech bubble, man, it's always been like a year and a half of bear market or a market crash. Very infrequently, but you also see sellers in there. Like this last 20% drawdown, nobody sold. Banks didn't sell.
Yeah.
They said that at the beginning of the year. They said go long, but put your seatbelt on because we could have large drawdowns along the way. Just keep adding on those large drawdowns was their basic message.
And I think that's what people are doing. And then there's everybody is automatically adding now. There's more people than ever dumping more money into their 401ks. So there's an auto buying happening all throughout this event and stuff like that. But that would be the one thing I think is if something unusual happened where, as you said, they didn't get scared out. Nobody got scared.
Yeah.
Sold 20% wasn't that big of a deal, probably because there's been such a good run up. They didn't shake them, so
You could see it.
shake the tree harder.
If you look on monthly and if you look on monthly and quarterly velocity during 20% drawdowns, it usually dives. It went down a little bit. It like took the pressure off, but that was it. And I'm like, that means they haven't sold. I'm like, these fucks are still long right now.
Yeah.
It does.
And I think it's because people still do believe in the economy. They haven't seen any insane warnings. You talk about it all the time. The economy's fine. People are still spending money. People are still going and buying $30 hamburgers and stuff like that. It's insane. You're right, but it's insane. And I'm just like, when is that nonsense going to end? You know, when are people going to say, I'm not,
or I can't?
I'm like, fuck no, I'm not going to do that anymore.
That's what I've been doing. I've been refusing. I'm like, fuck you, I ain't doing this anymore. I'm done. Like, I'm just like, no. Like,
yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I got like, I run into every, so what happens to me is this, is I meet up with my wife, right? Or I stop in and I'm like, hey, what's going on with this or what's going on with that? And I'll like, I don't know, I'll be like, can you do this or we need to do this or something like that. She'll go off on that adventure and through the entire process, there's like a bunch of landmines. Like, they want me to pay this to get that. I don't get that. Then I want a refund or fix this or fix that or whatever.
Yeah.
That big red bar just, did you see that big red bar just disappeared, I think?
That was nice. My 626s
are still there.
Very pleased with that one.
Every time we go up that below 6,300, it's like $10,000 for me. Yep, every time.
I wish I had your kind of coin to push around like that. I just don't.
No, I bought those cheap ass hedges. I bought those like 300% printing fucking low volatility fucking shitty put spreads with like time. I was able to buy like months and months and months and months on it. I was like, okay, cool, let's do it. Fuck it. I was like, will we be below 630 in the next 3 months? Probably. Probably.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, we could see a jam down there, and
we were down there last week. Last week I was in the green, right. So I don't know. Last week, a few weeks ago, or whatever.
Oh, you mean
in July?
Even for a minute. I thought you meant like
yeah, just a minute. As long as we're down there, it's green. So
just a visit. Oh, fuck yeah.
Like the fucking print chart on it's like from now into November, like anything under 630 prints green. So we hit it once last month, and I'm like, I'll leave them on. I'm like, they were cheap. I'm like, I don't feel like getting in and out of them.
You're much better at that than me. I see the green, and I'm just like, take the money.
I do that in short dated stuff sometimes. I'm like, fuck it, take the money and run. Then I'm like, I'll get back in again.
Like, didn't you go green like twice or something on those?
Yeah, I've been green on that trade 2 or 3 times. So, no, not 3, 1 to 2 times I've been green. But I want like the 3. I'm looking for like I think it cost me $32,000, and I want like $90,000 or something off the trade. So, I want a Christmas present for the family, but I don't know. I said that, but it's more like my kids' tuition.
That's gonna evaporate.
Yeah. Between the taxes and the tuition, it's like that's what it pays for. So,
Yeah, that's like a year right there. Yeah.
Do you? How long have you been in the market?
And I've got a bunch of buddies that are sending their kids off to college right now, and you know,
It's stupid expensive, man.
oh,
I would.
I don't have kids. I don't have kids.
You're lucky, dude. It like have a kid today is like fucking. It's like showing wealth or something. I think. Or you're.
Yeah. Or absolute poverty.
Oh yeah, that's the other, or absolute fucking poverty. That's what I was in poverty for years. With those goddamn kids, like. But even like it's like even now, like the I had to pay the tuition and the room and board and all that kind of stuff, and they gave her another fucking bill. It was like another like $15K, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like even if you get even if you got a full ride to college, you would still have another bill for like 5 or 15 grand per semester for all kinds of the other bullshit, you know, they have to do. And I'm seeing the books and the this and the that. They had all kinds of shit like insurance and this and that. Like there was like some shit that I didn't even see, and I was like, what the fuck is this? It's like even if you get a free ride, you're fucking pauper. If you're poor.
Oh yeah.
Right? Or still working, like there's still a handout. Give me more money. That's what I feel like with my wife right now. It's like, oh, you didn't get what you paid for and what they promised, and they're not unwilling to fix it for you. I'm like, they want more money, and I'm like, what? Oh, and by the way, there's another guy that's offering to actually fix it for you for this big number, and I'm like, am I gonna get the same thing twice now? I feel like I'm being taken for money, like on a ride. I feel like for every $100 I spend, it's like another $50 to get what I wanted.
100%. 100%.
Where do you mind saying what part of the country you live
That's
in?
what the economy's turned into. They used to.
Yeah, it's a fucking grift.
I don't remember it being like this.
It wasn't, dude. It's a fraud. Like we're in like massive fraud, I think. On that,
I know.
we're in a fraud cycle. I wonder if
that's kind of what it is. It's like we need to get some honesty back in the system, or at some point.
I wonder if there's like a U.S. fraud cycle chart.
What's that? Fraud investment cycle?
I don't even know. I don't even know if it's fully like the stock market, but like I think the U.S. goes through like cycles of fraud, like where fraud's okay, fraud's not okay, fraud's okay, fraud's not okay, and when it's okay, you got to capitalize on it or you're fucked. I got to get mine, bro. That's what I feel like it is. And if you don't, then you're gonna be left behind, right?
Well, it makes sense, right? It makes sense with leadership over the last 15 years or something. It's just there's
it's open corruption right now. People don't even care.
It's our role models. It's our government.
Yeah, it's everybody.
Leading the way.
I found out about all the retail fraud going on, and I'm like, yeah, but we're doing fraud. We're doing open corruption everywhere. No one even cares. They just openly tell you, like, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. Fuck you. Texas. Yeah. We're gonna openly gerrymander the state. Go fuck yourself. Like they don't even try to hide it. It's just like open. Post an article about me fucking them with gerrymandering. I don't want to tell everybody that I'm doing it.
Yeah, no, I got a lot of hits on our. I posted about that yesterday too, so it's pretty funny. But and then the news is just completely spineless these days. There's just absolutely no balls left in legacy media reporting on anything. It's insane. They've all rolled over.
Like Orson Welles talked about that back in the days. I think it was Orson Welles talked about like fraud and fascism, all that kind of stuff. I think it was more on the fascism side of this, but I think he was also speaking to like fraud, and
Orson, of course.
Yeah, he talked about like the objectiveness of the news. He was always harping on how the news was never objective, or the end of truth in news or information, and it's glaring to me how bad it is right now for everybody. It's not just Republicans or MAGA. I think even Democrats are being fucking spoon-fed bullshit all day long too.
Oh, 100%. And you know what? It's really funny too, because you're talking about the gerrymandering in Texas, and then of course Gavin Newsom comes out with this.
Yeah.
Oh well, well then I'm gonna do it.
Yeah. And like everybody's fine with it.
He's like, oh yeah, do it.
Yeah.
And you're like,
you're gonna fraud? Fuck you! I'm gonna fraud with you.
Yeah. We can do anything. I can do anything better than you. So it's really funny. You've got like people backhanding Texans for doing that, and then you've got people celebrating Californians
Yeah.
for wanting to do it back. I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's like, well,
Right.
okay. You know, it's just it's all about leveling the playing field in a
Yeah.
way. It's like,
But everybody's fine with it, right? Like everybody, like no one's like there hasn't been like one collective. This is wrong. We got to stop it today, or reset that cycle.
well, why would there be? Like we've been gerrymandering for decades and decades. So
We have, but not public,
It's
but
not-
not
it's
so
not
public.
new.
No,
It's just a
not crassness though with it.
yeah, it's
Like-
not new. And then you know, to hold a representative prisoner, well, you just
Yeah,
because you don't want.
Yeah.
It's like what?
I think that's what I mean by that too. It's not like I don't like disagree that there's always been misinformation or there hasn't been always been corruption or fraud. Just the publicness of it, like the
Just the brazenness of it.
yeah.
It's just it's everything's off the table. Just whatever you want to do. And it's going to keep doing that until people. I mean, what's
Get hurt,
right?
until they get hurt, right? Until they get
hurt. People are going to get hurt. They're either going to get wrecked financially, or there's going to be civil unrest.
Yeah.
But like bad.
yeah.
You know, so.
Yeah, 100%. I've never seen people openly, even during Black Lives Matter. I didn't see it. I saw like fringe, but I've never seen people openly calling for revolt. From like Democrats. I've never. Only recently have I seen that on Reddit, like a front page post, right open in the comments. People are like, "Revolt today, take up arms and stuff." I'm like, "Whoa." And they just don't care. I'm like, you can go to prison for that shit. Like, you can literally go to prison for making those statements publicly. And I'm like, these people don't even fucking care.
Yeah, that's right. You know what? But that's why I like that's why I do like Gavin's tactic.
I do too.
Of just holding a mirror up to MAGA right now and say, you're acting ridiculous.
I don't think JD Vance could compete against him. I don't think JD Vance is the candidate if Newsom starts down or continues with that success.
You know, he's a dickhead, but when he did his VP presentation with Walls, he was very composed and had it together. And even the illusion of normalcy, I think, is better than just the outright. It's what we're kind of looking for, that normalcy that even though we're always being jacked one way or another.
I think he's got the charm of Trump or Bill Clinton or Obama. Like he's got the moxie, or not the moxie, but he's got the thing, right? Like
he's got a thing.
I'll go drink with that guy. I'll let him fuck my wife. You know what I mean? It's Gary fucking Newsom, man. He's cool as fuck. Look at him.
Someplace. I draw the line some places.
No, but you know what I mean. You know,
I feel like I could sit down with him and just openly disagree with him and have a conversation about it, rather than the alternative, which is like, well, yeah, I'm going to fire somebody because I don't like what you said. So I don't know. We'll see. What's interesting is I was musing today about what would happen if I think The Simpsons predicted that Trump would die in office.
Really?
Even if it's natural. I don't remember the episode or what they said, but but it makes you think, like, what would happen right now? Would everything unravel? Would things radically kind of head back to
I don't think so, dude.
kind of a middle level? Or
I think the DNC is in on it. I truly think the DNC is in on this 100%. I think everybody knows that we're in this new age. And so the question becomes more so, how do we get there? So I think
new age with tariffs.
no, like it's like so for in particular, the United States had a industrial revolution around the Civil War. We had a second industrial revolution at the turn of the century, and then we've had this new internet, now AI robotics age that we're coming into. And I think you'd be a Luddite to not think we're going to go there. I think in the past we used to, and in this country in particular, we had civil war over it to some extent. We had World War I and World War II over it too, and the Depression. So I don't think we get out cleanly, but I think people with power and money are like, hey, we want to do it this way. What is best for us and not you? And I don't think society as a whole has said, stop. We want in on this process. So I don't know how that goes. They'll take whatever they can. I would, if I was powerful and had tons of money, I would want to take all of that away from people, or not let you have a say or me have a say in all of that. And I would push for that until a breaking point, right? I would think.
Yeah.
Take as much land as possible until they stop me.
Yep. Oh, 100%. All the resources, all the stock to find, anything.
So I think they're all in on it.
I feel like we're kind of in an era of like a new Rothschild era or something, Like I feel like we're reinventing our wealth. And some of the old players, I kind of wonder what they're doing right now. They're still there.
I see the PE guys and the VC guys are all consolidate. Look, the thing that's freaking me out is that they're I looked back in the Great Depression to see how you made money, like, or how people escaped the Great Depression. And the only people that escaped were people that consolidated industries, for month over month income. That's how they stayed wealthy. They seized gold. They seized gold during the Depression. They issued vouchers to people. They during the wars and stuff, and during the Depression too. They taxed the fuck out of the rich. So the only thing that I see
massively.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
And we could probably go into that again this time around at some point down the road. I think they push onto us, like they push as hard as they can with like Trump as the vehicle right now, and then they lay off with like a Biden or an Obama or whatever. And they re-push again when they can with a new candidate, and whoever the next Trump-esque kind of candidate would be to push more. And then there's the that concept of how do you keep your wealth if we're headed toward this no matter what, this economic change. How do you keep wealth in a I don't think you can. I think they're going to come for it one way or another. I think the stock market suffers from it too, but I guess the bigger is how do you escape it? You and I, or kids, or whatever, or your cousin, your nephew and niece. I don't know. Right now, the proposition doesn't include any of those people, nor you and I. Like right now, the proposition is fuck you, and you're going to be a serf. That's how we get past this, right? We go into robotics and AI, and we're going to have serfdom. That's the proposition right now, right? Monarchy, some form of a type of a monarchy, patriarchy system with serfdom. That's how you get your UBI, and everything will be for rent. Ultimately, that's the proposition. I don't know if we'll get there, but and I think those guys have a big fucking bullseye in their head because they did this shit in the internet run too, or the internet bubble. All these guys were considered the future gods of everything, and sure enough, a lot of them got annihilated once the market crashed. People stopped listening to them, right? To a lot of them, or no, I don't know.
Switching topic a little bit.
Sure.
Opland and I were talking. Opland Group. Hey, Opland, how you doing, man? I see you in there.
What up, Opland?
We were talking about just briefly, just for a second, yesterday about like UBI and it's like, especially with automation coming up so strong, it's like you almost have to implement that in some way or another on a much grander scale. You're going to have a lot of people that aren't going to be qualified as robots or bots or whatever, to do a lot of stuff out there. And I think there could be a real opportunity to.
If the government or you are not there to protect yourself, right? So that would mean that you're under the thumb of a corporate oligarch tech overlord, right? Some kind of thing like that. So
Well,
that would,
you're either under a tech overlord, or you're just kind of, well. So look,
if you're collecting UBI from that company,
day,
if you're collecting UBI
company
from
or the government. I see the government as kind of like a corporation in a sense. On
yeah,
any
our
given day,
corporation,
you've
or
got-
should be our corporation, right? I would think in the U.S.
right. Yeah, exactly. And on any given day, you've got 10, 15%, maybe as high as 20% of that population that is just incapable of doing the right thing or doing things well, and they're just sloppy, and they're good.
What do you need? Like to move our government, you
Give 'em a
need
break.
money, power, and you need what? 5 or 10 oligarchs, or 5 or 10 CEOs and a couple of heads of state to move the pieces. To move the pieces from our side, it's what? Millions of people have to be all the same page. I'm thinking the same thing. If they're not, which they're not, because we're consuming social fucking media that tells us to kill each other, right?
Yes.
Do you ever spend time around wealthy or powerful people?
I have. I grew up in Pasadena.
Oh shit,
Yeah.
that's old money, bro.
It is old money, and I knew some of the old money folks over there. I mean, my dad came from the Midwest, and my mom. My first car was a '65 Ford Falcon that he drove from Indiana, from
What?
university out to LA.
Did you drive that car in LA?
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
it was awesome. It was awesome. It was a good car to have for the first car.
I think LA might have the second biggest car culture in the country, right? Outside of Detroit. It's got to have.
Oh, sure. And it's so many layers. Quite, yeah. But he grew up when he passed away. I was reminded of like where he came from, and he was raised on a culture of, Depression era, past, just his folks came from that era for sure. And you saved every bent screw and every bent nail and every piece of wire that you might have a use for in the future. And you stock up on light bulbs and extension cords and weird stuff like that, and that was where he came from. So when he came out here, he did, the most, the smartest thing he knew how to do, which was buy the biggest, worst house in the best neighborhood that he could.
That's right.
So my whole childhood, I mean, there was always something broken in our house. I mean, just, rain coming in a corner and whatever, but it was a big estate home in South Pasadena, and so all the way up and down the street, doctors, lawyers, Indian chiefs, man, I grew up with all those guys. The guy that litigated IBM's greatest lawsuit lived 4 houses up from me.
No shit.
And he mega rich. Melvin and Myers, you remember that whole thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was amazing. And he lived right, and he had like 14 kids. He just kept having kids in his house, adopting kids. They adopted 4 kids at one time. Oh shit! Excuse me, guys.
Yeah, no worries.
Amber alert. So that's
Are they on the alert for a bear that wanted to go down deeper?
What?
Was it an alert? Bears wanted to go down deeper and they didn't get it? Sorry.
So that's where I came from. And so, but growing up in that street and that area, I was exposed to a lot of those people. And
do they live differently than the plebs?
Grandfather was Marbury from Marbury versus Madison, and shit like that. And that's some crazy old money.
Is there a disparity between a cultural lower middle class or below person and someone of wealth and power outside of education? To even know that there's an educational thing going on with, like, you can be poor and highly educated, you can be wealthy and highly educated. Did you ever see a disparity between how people that are with power and money do things versus someone that's comes from poverty?
Yeah, for sure I did. For the newer wealthy, that disparity is enormous.
Mm.
For the self-made, wealthy,
Yeah.
I feel like.
Oh, I think I just lost him. I just lost Talking Monkey there. Apologize to you out there. All right, we'll try to get him back. I think we've. Oh, it says I've been because you connected at another location. Okay, that's odd. I'm having some I'm having Discord issues all morning here. Hold on here. I've lost Talking Monkey. That was a good conversation. I was happy with that conversation. An Amber alert. You should Talking Monkey, if you're watching the show, it's kind of funny because you guys have a lot of good banter in the Discord and you guys live in the same neighborhood. I think that's even fucking more hilarious. You live in like literally the same neighborhood of LA. And I think what's his name does too. I think who's the other guy there? I think we got a bunch of LA people here. Well, what about that VIX chart? VolWiz. What about that VIX chart that we had? That volatility chart. I know it's bullshit, but this is the bear thesis, right? I got it here somewhere. Hold on. Like the expanded at the money vol chart. Oh, this one right here. It's probably. Where the fuck did I write that? Wait a minute, I'll just look for it right here. I think it was this one right here. You know, that's that you know what my question on that chart is, volatility is do we not see that volatility until after? Yeah. I'm loading here. I've been loading all morning. I've been like, well, except outside of the first part of this morning, now I'm like loading for a print tomorrow of always. Scott, I'm loading for an upside move tomorrow. If we're not gonna run up into the middle tomorrow and we're in the bottom, I'm loading the fuck up. Let me see what you got there, brother. God damn, look at that. God damn. Just look at that gorgeous chart. Just look at that chart. It's got like the low on the 1st of September and then a crank up into October and then a fucking bloodbath. God. Dude, that would crush like that. So Volwiz, that would crush. That would fucking annihilate. Like that would annihilate like everybody. So if you look at that chart in there, right? What's the takeaway from that chart if you're a bull? If you're a buyer, what is the takeaway from that chart? Look at that October low. And just you can actually just see it here. So I can get long there in October, November, but we failed to see new all-time highs, right? We knew there'd be a pullback there in mid-November. And then you can see the drop here in late November. That's bad. Even just looking at like October and November, that whole thing looks terrible. And that last leg in December. Whew. But that's a 20. So do you see that chart that he just showed you? I don't know if you were trading back then, but we had a 20% drawdown right into Christmas. It was a big giant fuck you. And that second leg is like the second leg we got in the spring, where it was like a 12 to 15% correction. We ripped even lower. If history says anything, I'll give you something else, Volwiz. You want something even crazier? If history serves as any kind of a repeat, this next one should be more than 20. It should be like 30. It literally should go like 10, 15, 20, 30, 50. In the 90s, that's what we did. In the 90s, it expanded. And it was faster. It was like within a month and a half. And then the turn higher was like vertical. Just like this last run we did in the spring, summer. The expansion should and the expansion and the time should be tight. You could argue if we trade that, you could argue that it would be 30%. That would not shock me. And then like a 50 next summer or something. I'm serious, like something that crazy. With of course upside moves bigger. It's like the top's not in, but we're doing this like violence up and down. That chart doesn't show the top being in. Look at that chart. That chart doesn't show the top being in. That chart shows us like hitting. That chart shows us hitting like 670, 665 ish. Volwiz's chart doesn't show a top being in. It shows that there's one more big high. I don't like trading it like that. I'm not really a fan of the doom trade. I never have been. I've lost money on the doom trade. I've always liked the idea of trading level to level. Despacito. Not only that, repricing of options will fuck you along the way. You could do a put spread maybe as like you could do you know what you could do? You could do a convexity trade. You could do like a convexity put spread. They're pretty simple. They're like when both strikes are very, 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 very low, like 20% lower than we are right now. And you just maybe you might not be that low. Let's say you're anticipating a 20% down move at the end of the year. You would go as low as you can until you hit that sweet spot where it's like you don't make any extra money. But a convexity put spread would be killer. It would probably print like 20,000% or something insane. We're not there yet right now, but you probably want to do it at like 665 or something. There's potential depending on where vol is. So like convexity trades are weird. They print 0. Let me simplify a convexity trade for you. So, you buy like or not buy, you open a, let's say open in this case a put spread. Let's say price is right here. That put spread does not print unless you go way, way, way down here. Like you don't make any money. It's in the red. Like red, and then all of a sudden down here, it unlocks like fucking stupid money. I'm not being exact on that, but pretty much that. And it's because none of this has been priced in. So once we price that all in, you hit the jackpot. Hold on here. Fucking all the bears are loving this shit. The bears are in love right now. They get their time, just like the bulls get their time. We give the bears their time. You wouldn't know the strikes until you put it on. You want to put it on with like low volatility on a major high. We're not there right now. We're in low volatility-ish, but there's probably a better place. I have a convexity. Well, I have kind of a convexity trade on right now. My hedge is kind of convex, like, but it's got range built into it too. Squeeze us into the close. Just so you know, Claire's day. We're coming into 2:01. I normally don't do this till 3 p.m. We're mooning. Even if they're knocking us down right now in this early day bullshit, it's just, this is all noise. In my view, that's all noise. That's all that is noise. We're on a 1 minute chart right now. So before we get to 3 p.m., if you're looking for positioning, we're gonna fucking moon. So I'm pretty bulled up here. So just a heads up to you. Up in a big way. Yeah, you want to look at like if you really want to put that trade on, that Despacito, look in and around like September 2nd. I would look at like September 2nd, right around there. I would look for when we come back from Labor Day weekend, that morning, maybe the Thursday before we close up, see if we're cranking, and then when we come back on that Tuesday, I said Monday, but it's Tuesday. We come back from Tuesday of Labor Day, whatever. I think that's on the 2nd, but I could be wrong. Yeah, when we come back on September 2nd at 9:30 a.m., if we're in like low volatility and all the bears are being annihilated, there's like bears falling out of the sky, you could possibly put that trade on pretty cheaply. I'm not a bear on this. I'm not with VolWiz on this right now. I'm not on that trade at the moment. I'm on partially it, but not the second leg down. I'm not on that trade at all. I have a put spread that's on for that, but not the full thing, but just some downside. And I'm trading this up along the way. So you gotta understand that like, there's a lot of like people are only short or only long or only bulls or only bears, and we try to dispel that here. That's why I use that heel thing, because not everyone, but like a lot of people, like they believe in the bull bear shit. They think they can only be like long calls or long puts or something. When you can be selling calls, selling puts, you can be selling both at the same time. You can be, you can be both or more than one thing at one time. I think we were talking about that earlier, which is your, so here, maybe I can show my, line here. Like on net, I'm up today. My whole account 4% and on net today, whole account, which is outstanding. I'm getting like 7%, 8%, 5%, 10% days consistently, every day. Not weekly, not monthly, none of that stuff. We'll take a look at it right now. Hold on, let's go take a look. So we've been cut down here, right? We did get our high right here. This is good to see. We did lose support over here, but I'm still on this same trade right here. This trade is still valid to me. This one right here. We didn't get our target, did we? Actually, we didn't get our target. So our target was right here. So that closely. So our target was right here. We didn't actually get it, did we? So we start selling down. We needed that continuation up to get it. So we started trading down. But that trade is still alive to me. So this one right here, you're just moving that over. Same thing. Same trade here. Nothing's changed for me. So you want to see it? It's right here. Nothing's changed. Now, I would be interested if this was the opening price tomorrow. There's Thursday. Hold on, let's look at this. This is closed today. Let's move this over a little bit. Right there. I am interested in whatever this is. So is this like 10 a.m. on Friday? Can't move that over, but this is all still valid. My only question for tomorrow is, of course, whether they send us up here today to fade us. They send us up here 8 and a day to fade us tomorrow. And I think this is the bigger one here. This is my big question mark. Let me show I think I was showing this earlier in the stream, but my bigger question mark was, is it down here and up? Or is it down here and down and then up? Or is it up tomorrow and then bigger? That's where you get the bigger down move. So does it happen this morning? Does it happen this afternoon? Or does it happen during the event? And there's no requirement that we do that, but we are in the season of volatility. So you should be, if we're up here tomorrow at 10 a.m., you should be open to the potential downside move. If we were in summer, I would not be open to it. I'd be open to like maybe this. But where we're in, bear season and all that shit, I think it's still possible. And just like we said earlier, stay on the edges, right, of all this stuff. You stay on the outer edges. We're basically trading this right now, right? So you're long, short, long, short, long, short. Only if we begin breaking down. And even if we do break down here, that's still viable to be in this trend. I would want to see like breakdown, blast through, and then I would get really fucking bearish for down here. We'd be trading that level at this point if we do this right here. But we're not there yet, so it's like, like this tomorrow, I think that's fine. Just can't break this right here. That's a key level right here. 628.91 is a key level. Key level. And if you break this one right here, you're now opening the door. Or if you break through this one, you're now opening the door to this one down here. And we'll start trading this zone right here. It's like a zone right. There's a zone here, zone here, and then a bigger zone higher up there. So right now we're just like longing this, selling, longing this, selling, longing this, and then just watching for price action in this like in between thing. But that's where we are. Yeah, this all looks. This is fine. I'm still fine with this. Still fine with all this. Is all fine. No big major moves down here. I guess if you're bearish, you could be thinking that you're going to get your unrealized volatile. I'm assuming this is what a bear wants. If you want to see what a bear wants, I'm assuming that the bear wants, a bear is looking for that today before we get to the Jerome Powell event. That's a possible outcome all the way down there, but we're not there yet in my view. So I would need to see like the blood here and then the new low, and I would take this part of the trade right here. Just this. I wouldn't take any of this and none of that. And I definitely wouldn't be in here for that. So it's just add long. Does that make more sense to you guys? And you sell calls to suckers above. Normally how this happens is people don't get long here, and they're getting long at the top. So normally it's like this. We're like blasting down to break below. It doesn't really matter if we do this. It's normally, even if we're going to go down there, I'm trying to get long in here right now to go here. And you're normally getting long right here. Not you personally, but, a lot of you are like, this is super fucking bullish, bro. I'm getting long. And so, of course, they dump it down on you, chasing down here because you're so bulled up by this price action right here. Then I'm getting long there, and you're thinking it's going to go down here, because we made a new high up here. You know what I mean? You know how this goes. If I don't see the new high, then yes, we're selling all the way down there. But anyways, you get the gist. You get the gist. We're long here to go up. I'm telling you. You don't have to be long. You can be bared up and say the way is lower. For me, for the trade for me, lower is like more work before we get there. That is an edge. Take that shit to the bank. That is an edge. You do enough of this stuff like this, like over and over and over and over, you're going to look at your bank account and go, ooh, making money. Hey, Taylor, guys. I was trying to add more here. I'm at 67 cents right now. I'm in the green right now. I wanted to add some more right now, longs, but I don't think I'm gonna. I think I'm comfortable where I'm at right now. I was gonna add some more longs here, but I'm good right now. I was just gonna add a bunch of shit right here. I have enough exposure. I don't need any more. I am sitting in 642. Hold on. I was going to add here, but I'm not. Only if we go down here, I will. What's fuckface doing? The FOMC whisperer. Let's see if he's posted anything. God, I hate following. I stopped following Nick Timmeros because when he's been wrong, it's violently wrong. I stopped. I used to have Nick Timmeros on my pro Twitter. Yeah, keep pumping. But when he was wrong, it was always violently wrong, and I would get fucking annihilated. I fell into like the Nick Timmeros trap for a while, and I was like, I can't do that guy anymore. Or I put too much weight into him when I shouldn't have been, and I couldn't control myself from doing it. So I was like, fuck it, just get him out. Yeah, I'll look right now. Thank you for asking that question, Tippy. I'm going to check right now. Let me just check. Everyone I'm seeing here is J Powell 8. Can somebody repost that? Hold on, let me look above. Think tight here. Who was that? Was that Pax Trader that said that? Was that Pax Trader? I think I followed him. Don't I follow Pax Trader? I think I follow him. Nope, I don't follow him. I don't follow Pax Trader. Okay, so it's 10 a.m. It's 10 a.m. It is 10. It's not 8. So we are back on schedule for 10 a.m. Sweet Jesus, give him money. Yeah, I just looked at it. It looks like they It looks like they stated that the statement would be earlier at 8 a.m. Or there was rumors of that, and then they came back and said no. Oh yeah, we're gonna fucking crank here. We're gonna likely moon this right into tomorrow's open. We're gonna go vertical right into tomorrow's open. Vertical. If you're short, if you're like pure short, be careful of a massive move up into tomorrow's open. You want to re-short from that high on the opening bell tomorrow. We should start cranking here shortly. We're gonna start cranking. If you're in put spread or something, you're probably fine, but just be wary of a moonshot from here until 9:30 in the morning tomorrow. It might not be big in cash market here, but it's going to be big between now and tomorrow's open. Should be. Give me like 5 minutes. I got to go potty really quick. I've been here all morning. I've been here since like 8:30 or something. So just give me a few minutes. I'm going to take a quick break. Just get up and get the blood flowing.
NYMEX WTI crude October futures settle at $63.52 a barrel, up 81 cents or 1.29%. NYMEX natural gas September futures settle at around $2.82. NYMEX gasoline September futures settle at around $2.15 a gallon.
Well, it's me again. It's Donald J. Frickin' Trump, okay? And if you're sick and tired of hearing my voice in this ad, which is pretty sad, all you've got to do is go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Beautiful, big, huge discount. So what are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
NYMEX diesel September futures settle at around $2.32 a gallon. Brent crude futures settle at $67.60. Brent crude futures settle at $67.67 a barrel, up 83 cents or 1.24%. The US military seeks to stockpile cobalt for the first time in decades.
Right now. Make sure my shit's not burning.
According to sources here, Trump administration weighs plans to reallocate $2 billion in CHIPS Act funding for critical minerals. And the Trump administration aims to give Commerce Secretary Lutnick greater oversight of minerals financing decisions, again according to sources.
I missed whatever they said just then. All right. So expectations. Oh, hold on here. Expectations for tomorrow remain the same. We're just pushing it out in time. Way is higher. That wall that's there, that shit. Oh, there we go. There we go. Break above that shit right there. It's on. I'm warning you. We get up there. Ooh, baby, money. Yay. Wish I had added more. I'm back, baby. We're going to pump this shit. Just in time. Just in time. Come back down. I'll throw some more on. If they really want me to buy more, I will. Just like send it on down. I'll buy it. Send it on down. That bullshit wall right there. I wish I was like the SoftBank CEO. I would just run this market up right now. I would fucking literally buy like $1 billion in 0-day calls and force these fucking degenerate dealers to chase my ass all the way up and break through that wall like it's nobody's business.
So just adding a bit more detail to these past headlines, the proposed move would take funds already allocated by Congress for semiconductor research and chip factory construction, avoiding a fresh spending request as it seeks to reduce US dependence on China for critical minerals used widely in the electronics and defense industries.
Cobalt. Where does cobalt come from in the U.S.? I don't think we have a lot of cobalt here. I think it's in like Utah and Montana, maybe Wyoming, the Dakotas, maybe. Where's cobalt production in the U.S.? Not production. See where they are. Yeah, there's only one mine, but where is it from, though? It's east central Idaho. Yeah, it's still kind of the same area. There's only one company doing it right now. I just want to know where, like, the vicinity of where it's done. I know that, like, Clorox has a bunch of shit in Utah. I've got a chart for UNH I posted recently. Do you want me to pull it up? See if we're on track with that call. I still think UNH has more down to go, just a heads up. Unless you're in, like, intraday trading it, you might get a good rip off it. I'm only looking at UNH on like a big scale. I want to see lower, but I don't think I'll see it until the fall. I haven't looked at it on like a 1 hour basis at all lately. Do you want me to look at it really quick? I can. Like on a smaller time frame, I can. UNH, I'm not interested in trading it right now. I'm interested in adding it. I just, I think it's lower to add, like not permanent, but kind of permanent, you know? Let's take a peek here. And I haven't given you guys any memes. The UNH looks good. Like on a small basis, looks great. You're gunning for that 360 or whatever up above. The only thing I would say on this one would be, again, I got to tell you about UNH. I got to tell you, like we're still in the season of volatility. I think it's easy for us to trade back down to 280. Just like a quick wake up one morning, flush it down to like 280, and then the super ramp. But I see your point in the turn higher. I definitely see it. The trade is to 390. You could do 330, then down to 280, and then up to close the gap. Like on a like short-term basis, I'm not bearish on UNH. I'm bearish on them though in the long term or mid to long term. I don't think the low is in yet on them. At 240, I think it's much lower. It's Idaho, Alaska. Alaska makes sense too. I'm always fascinated by that stuff. Like us, I'm only. Well, the reason I should state why though, it's if you've ever driven like any of the back roads, of if you've ever driven like the back roads of America, I've always found it fascinating to like happen upon places where they mine shit. They're usually not. They're usually either hidden in places that are populated, or they're very off the road. I was thinking of Clorox because there's like a big Clorox a mine down in Utah, and then even in Michigan here we've got a copper mining that's quiet, and then we even have salt mines that are underground, and you wouldn't even know there was a mine there if you drove by the way the shaft is. It's kind of DL. There's a big salt pit here on the surface, but the salt mines yearn for young people. Those salt mines are massive here. Trying to break through right now. See if they'll allow us to pass. If we do pass, you know what's above, right? Squeezing. Yeah, I don't like the Warren Buffett thing. Usually gets a nice pump. The Warren Buffett thing usually gets a good pump right away. It's used for a pump, but I think he's fine in the long term. I'm just looking to min max. Warren Buffett has stated in the past that before he was like super wealthy, he could hire guys that are good traders to make him money and to do picks for him. And he was like, they would get so rich off me that they would just retire. So he's like side of the barn trade for me, and I'm like, I get that. Like, he can hold that shit for years, and me wanting another $50 or something ain't gonna matter to him because it's going up. It's just a matter of time. So he's kind of right in a lot of ways. Two Lord of the Rings things. One of these we're gonna break through, and it's gonna be big money. One of these, this ain't here forever. That fucking thing right there is gonna go away eventually. So when it does, what do they do? Dude, oh, wait a minute here. Oh, fuck me. I fucking hate my life sometimes. I'm being sloppy today. Dude, what is going on? On now, like, what the fuck is going on my computer today? I'm having a weird ass day. You need to hear me moaning like ASAP. You know, you can't put price up in cash market. They're going to do it in the aftermarket. So gamma wears off. That's my hope here is that the gamma wears off into the close here. All that negative gamma, and then they'll counter trade it. Like everybody's done buying puts, they'll go the other way. Do you guys understand that this concept? Maybe we need to explain this to you guys. So when we're in negative gamma, right, dealers have to hedge like in real time. So if you see like price action moving quickly higher or lower in negative gamma, dealers will amplify those moves. So let's say you get like a bunch of put buying. Dealers will chase that move and amplify it, but once they're done buying puts, they'll go the other opposite direction violently. So just be aware that we're currently in negative gamma, and for any downside you're thinking about there being, there's an equal and opposite upside move just waiting to rip your face off. So be aware of that where we are right now. If you're not on the edges, then I don't know what to say to you, but maybe you're getting bullish when everybody's selling, you know what I mean? Yeah, 100%. Yeah, you gotta be really careful of the hedging activities in negative gamma. It gets nasty. Oh, and I parted the folds of fat between the legs of spoos. They'll come back to print that shit tomorrow. They'll print it in the morning, but they're gonna go the other way. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, here's pain. Ooh. ETF was, oh yeah. Oh, look at that nice long shaft right there. Is that one of your legs? That's super sexy. You got another leg up here. Oh, what's that? Ooh, ooh, that's sexy leg right there. That's nice legs right there. 1, 2, 3. We're going to find out, aren't we, in this back test?
Trump signs an
This is big right here.
creating the role of chief design officer for the US.
This is where we either get a big leg or a big correction here. You ready? See it? This is 1, 2, 3. Now the next thing is going to be bloodbath, or it's going to be down and up at a big move. Be about double that move. Time 1.5 times that move. Right about here.
And I'm going to do a little advert for Financial Juice. You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go
Here, we'll draw it so we can watch it.
.com/purchase and save 60.
There's 1, 2. This is 3. This should go up here.
Can you believe it? Instead of a 67% tariff, you get a discount. It's huge. Very, very big. Very big.
Now, if this was a corrective up move, it would be like this. 1, 2, 3, and then down here. It's like that. Well, actually, the Bulls are already winning. You would have lost this one right here. This one's not even valid. Only this one's valid. You could actually put this up here. Hold on here. Put that one right there. turns down the volume. Nick. I'll put that over there. Let's see if we can get Vol Wiz on. Maybe he can give us some insights into the end of the day here. Danger, that kind of stuff. Well, let me try. Let me ring up Vol Wiz, see if he's around. He might be writing a letter right now too. So, hold on here. Let me call Vol Wiz, see if he's around. Turn this off. Hey, what's going on, man? I know, dude. We should. I don't have you on public right now. I should have had you on, just for that response. Let me ask you that again with the response on. Hey, Vol, what are you doing?
Waiting for that stupid speech. What do you think I'm doing?
I love it. Do you think everybody thinks that now too? I think I'm agreeing with that statement. I think it's a good statement. What are you doing, Vol? Waiting for that stupid speech.
Waiting for that stupid fucking speech. That's it. That's it.
Do you think
I had to take all my risk down because
Yep.
I've been PT spiked deed. You know what I mean by that?
Yes.
PTSD? I've been spiked. Like it could be up 100 tomorrow for all.
That's what I'm saying. Like you got to stay on the edges, dude. Even from the highs, you got to like we're on the edge down there. So I'm like, what are you gonna do? Like we could go down a couple more points, but this isn't the place to be short, is it? Wrong fucking place.
No,
Give me a high on tomorrow's open, dude, and I'll fucking sell the fuck out of that.
I think I was trying to figure it out, dude. I was trying to figure it out. Like
they're pushing it over, dude.
Huh?
They're pushing it fucking over to the close here. They're gonna run this fucker up in the bell after overnight, not pay any fucking options. Then on the open, there's gonna be no buyers, minimal damage to dealers, dude.
So if I remember correctly, okay, this thing is at 10, but they leaked the fucking thing at like 9.
Did they really?
I think so.
Some of them have the Did you see PAX traders like and him and what's her name? I forget her name, but they're all like, "Yeah, man, we got the inside scoop and everything." Look at like PAX trader's conversation with I forget her name. There's another person. There's like a group of those traders. Hold on, I'll get you the link. Hold on here. Like, just read the whole thing. Like, I wondered if they were doing it to pin the market, if they had a position on short. That's what I thought. This looks like pump and dump to me. I don't think it is. I want to state that. That's my own opinion. It's not a fact. But I don't even like this conversation public. Like Tracy Shoe-Chart, she was talking about it, Shy Girl. I don't follow any. This gang of people I don't follow. Hold on here. Post a link to you inside the Discord, in the DMs. They were pushing the narrative that the speech was at 8 a.m. That would have fucked up the whole market, in my view, like positioning wise. So I wondered if somebody was upside down or not. That's just me thinking out loud. I don't think those people would be involved in that or anything like that. I'm not accusing them of anything. I just don't like the talk in public. It doesn't look good. Like, hey, the presser's been moved to 8 a.m. shit.
Huh?
The press, people were pushing a narrative that the presser was moved to 8 a.m. I don't know why.
No, why would that happen? That would be 6 a.m. Denver time.
It reminds me of fucking. It reminds me of fucking the Pentagon fire bullshit, and that does impact the market, right? So that 8 a.m. you can't do shit at 8 a.m. in the cash market. I thought it was a little sketchy, even entertaining the thought of it. Even if they saw it posted somewhere, I thought it was a little sketchy, especially with that high follow. Like I think Chai Girl has like 300,000 followers or something insane like that. I don't think she was pushing it, but She
I was going through like Nikki Leaks freaking tweets from last year. I was trying to search so I could see like what time he, starts
drops his fucking starts dropping his shit. That's a good question.
In fact, I can just you know what I'll do?
That's a good question, bro.
Chart itself and see when things.
I love how you think, dude. You think like me on that shit. Like, go back and just check what these fuckers are doing at this time. And like, all of a sudden, Nikki Leaks is doing the same shit, same year, same bat time, creature of habit shit.
People really think that, like, and I don't know the truth, obviously, but people really think that, like, Jay and him, like, hang out.
No, I don't think they hang out. I think he just feeds them stuff. I don't think he's the only one either. There was some other reporter recently, like 2 or 3 FOMCs ago. She asked a question that was loaded, and he had the paperwork to answer the question. So I think he loads the reporters up with shit.
All right, so like from what I'm seeing, I did an hourly chart looking back, and like nothing did happen until like 10. But it went up, then it went down, like significantly. Actually, it was like a 50-point like range, 50 or 60-point range. Like,
well, that's like the hedge coming in this morning, right? Like, so everybody's putting their hedge on, and then once they stop hedging, the dealers start countering the trade. So they murder the puts until the last possible moment. And then if they're only 1 and 2 day puts, what are they gonna do? They'll probably print them tomorrow, right? That's what I would think, that they'd print those puts tomorrow.
The low was later in the day, though. It was at the Euro close, I think.
Was it really? Was it?
Yep. It was around noon.
Yeah, it's either gonna be something like that or nothing. Right, a dud. I would assume it'd be something like that. Or a dud. In both cases, you'd be buying a dip, one or the other.
Yeah, you could smash a vol if it goes down.
Yeah.
To get your QE, man. Get your QE.
Conditions, like every time I hear Trump, like, conditions are tight, I'm like, you fucking liar. The conditions are not tight.
Oh my God. What? Yeah, no.
Fucking tight my ass.
No. Today was just a waste of time.
I had puts into this morning. I had puts coming. Yeah, I asked you that yesterday. I was like, did you put the puts on with me yesterday or at the close? After the bell, I asked you, and you're like, no. I'm like, you gonna short this shit down or what? I didn't know if you stayed awake or not, but
I've got bear scars that are so deep right now. It's like not even funny. I just can't. I can't handle like being short or anything like that. I just can't do it. I want proof, man. I want proof that this thing, I want proof that human people are freaking selling because they're scared,
That's true, right?
Like the longest time. Yeah.
Someone was
humans, scared human beings.
That's what fucking Talking Monkey said. He was like, he's like, none of these fucking people are scared shitless. They're buying every goddamn dip,
I mean, it's just automatic. It's, nobody ever gets hurt. So
no.
I saw some stats, dude. It was like crazy. I think it was like I'm trying to think of exactly what it was. It was I remember what it was. There was a notional retail buy imbalance every single day since like May of expiration. Every single day. Think about that.
What time is it? 10? Are you buying the dip? I don't know. Nope, we gotta wait. What time is it now? It's 12. What are we doing now? All right, we're buying the dip. We're going up to get load up. God.
Yep. People have money, man. Because they keep doing it.
What do you call it? Pavlov's dog? Is that what you call it?
Yeah. So like one of the funny things I say once in a while is like, I go, if you go to the fucking mailbox and there's $100 bill in there, like you bet you're going to the mailbox the next day, and you're going the day after that, and you're going the day after that. Like what's you're definitely going.
I should try that with one of my neighbors. Just put $100 bill in the box at like a specific time and see if he comes outside to check the next day. Or do it like 2-3 days in a row and then see if you start training him to come outside every day. I bet it wouldn't even take $100 bill, like a $5 bill or some $10 bill.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Exactly. I enjoyed that conversation you had with what's his name. That was fun.
That was good, right?
I love the Amber alert.
Yeah, that was good too. I like that too.
Yeah.
Do you think
Shit, that guy. I don't know where he lives, but I mean, I heard he's from California, but I don't know where he lives at. But like, he had this sort of like, he was a thoughtful individual. He had some interesting takes.
yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
His commentary is common. His commentary, I hear that's like very similar commentary from people. In general, I hear that. But we don't see it in the data, which is fucked up, right? It's like all the paranoia and fear and all that. And then, hey, there's layoffs going on. Hey, man, we're letting people go, but nobody's.
Yeah. So like on that front, like, okay, so I have two like sort of,
Or are they just getting reemployed?
it's sort of like it's like sector specific. So he was talking about his business, everyone being like, so like that's like a great economic indicator if ad spending starts tanking, right? So I know my stepsister, she's like 40, she got fired from her advertising firm, and then my sister, she works in recruiting in biotech, and she said that field has been terrible for a long time. So like it depends on where you are, you know.
Or do they get rehired somewhere else? But it's still a net. It's not like job opening expansion, just one for one.
Yeah, you go drive an Uber, right?
Yeah, I'm serious on that. Like, I think that's possible. I think that what are they doing afterwards? Are they unable to be employed? Like, do they have the ability to be employed even once they get laid off? Or is it just mass layoffs and then no job opportunities?
We're always one day closer to UBI, right?
You think so?
I feel it. I mean, like if this AI thing like works out, even like even a percentage of what people think. I mean, don't we have stats on like graduates?
Like software engineers are getting annihilated.
Entry level employment rate is bad. So
I was looking at some of those numbers on computer science degrees and on front end, back end engineers are getting annihilated. Americans. I'm assuming that all that coding is being done by less people. The workflow.
They lose that job and then they start coding algos to trade, right? Options.
Yeah.
And like I read this. Oh, there was a story last week in Bloomberg. It was like they already think that algos are learning to collaborate to rig the market already. It was a Bloomberg headline story. It was great. I'll throw that up on the Discord.
Someone was discussing that in Reddit recently. It's been a big Reddit discussion because they run an algo in there now. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah, they said that Wall Street Bets is running an. When I first read the discussion, I was like, that could be dangerous for the subreddit or for the owners of the subreddit. But the whole subreddit's running an algo together and trading against it, and net positive. Like they're net green. I'll try to go to like the Wall Street Bets subreddit, dude, when you have time, and look up, just do like a search for the word algo or bot or something. They're using an AI bot in there.
Yeah, I don't slum around that freaking neighborhood. I can tell you
that. I go in and check on them. I'm on there checking, and they're okay in there or whatever. What the fuck are they doing in there?
I mean, that's one step above 4chan or whatever. Right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, 1 second here. Yeah, from what I'm reading, it looks like oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Let's see if this thing starts running here. I hope we don't get pinned completely in and have to wait until tomorrow to close this shit. I would prefer a call spread if we're gonna open with sellers on open tomorrow. So don't have to worry about the demand. But I'm gonna post something to you inside a DM really quick.
Okay. The story's classic. I'm about to put it up.
I just posted you a DM.
Nightmare. Yeah. Ah. No kidding. These old guys, you gotta be careful around them.
They get saucy, dude. So what do you think about like so do you think it's better for like most investor traders to just sit on the edges of this thing, or do you think it's good for them to be like in the middle with it, or no?
You mean tomorrow?
Yeah, or into tomorrow or whatever.
And I think the best for me, I mean, I've seen so many big moves. Like I mean, I can't even get, you know, I don't know what to do. Like I just rather trade the reaction to it, right? So if it's down, you know what to do.
Yeah. And if it's
I don't know
up,
what to do if it's up big because if it's up big, it could be a rampant camp kind of day, right? So like, because it's a Friday and shit. So like, it's not the kind of day where I want to like risk anything because I'm having a great year and I just don't, I don't
Yeah.
need that. I don't.
the binary events that'll take all your money. Do
Yeah.
you like this idea of the straddle into it or no? Or it looked like people like the straddle on
I think the straddle gets blown up. Like on CPI, the straddle was like 40 points and it got freaking bashed to smithereens, right? It was
Oh, it did, didn't it?
So
I forgot that. I
Like, why
forgot
would
that
you
the
want to do
straddle
that?
they get fucking hammered.
And like I was bullish that day, so I go like, oh, the CPIs don't matter anymore. It's rigged. He's got it rigged anyways. So like I was like, I had call flies on it, blew right through them. So I made no money on that.
I forgot about that
Blew
fucking
right-
straddle, dude.
right through 'em. I had call flies like 30 or 40 points above spot, and it just blew right through them like it was nothing.
God damn.
I was like, fuck you. When you pick what's more frustrating when you get the direction right and you still don't make money?
Oh,
That's frustrating.
had that happen more than I can count. I've even had I've even like been aware like I have to close this before they reprice this event or whatever, and I forget, and then I'm like watching my shit go down and not recover, and I'm like, oh my god, we're higher than I was before, and I'm lower than I bought in, and
Yeah.
there's a little bit of that today for tomorrow. Let me look real quick on tomorrow's chain.
So I have no idea what's going on. But hey, dude, I gotta go pick up my son. He's fishing with his friend. So
Awesome.
I gotta roll.
I appreciate you stopping back in again today, brother.
Anytime.
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow, man.
Okay, bye.
All right, bye. So that was Vol Wiz stopping back in at the end of the day. I think he gave probably the most prescient comment you could today, which was just get this fucking event done so we can move back into normal trading again. I feel that sentiment. Everybody wants the crystal ball on the event. Like what's the outcome and the home run and all that kind of stuff when it's easier to just wait for highs and lows. Normal trading. Well, I can't see shit here. Hold on a second. Give me like 1 minute here, guys. Give me 1 minute here. I'm kind of like blind right now. Hang tight here, guys. I'll be right back. Oh, okay. soccer or yes soccer? So it's just travel team, that's it? Yeah, we ain't doing chair. We're doing like clarinet, I don't know, fucking violin or STEM or robotics. I'll take soccer. I'll take one of those like smart kid sports. No chair, no basketball, none of that stuff. I want like individual sports if she wants to play them. That works too, like individual sports. Low pain sports. Well, I mean, everybody plays basketball, right? Everybody plays baseball and football and all that shit. Too many people playing that shit. Okay. Was there anything else from it or no? Is she doing STEM this time or is she staying with robotics? She's doing coding. Nice. Ooh. And did she try? When does she try out for the music school? Did she already do that or submit her thing or no? Okay. Sounds good to me. Does she need a driver or no? Or just fall season? Does she need a driver or not? Does she have a bunch of like places she has to go or no? Okay. I was just wondering. I wonder if I have the wrong glasses on. Nope, those are the right ones. Check 1, 2. Let's keep this over here so you can see it. Just waiting for the close now. It's 3:33. If you guys want to look at expectations, a cleaner expectation, we can. Hold on here. Just one quick second here. Look at that weekly down there. Woof. Just look at that right there. VolWiz, if you're probably not. Maybe he's listening in his car. Look at how low that weekly is. We already know about this one though. 617.12. We also want to look at this right here. That's bad. Nope, that should be there. I already know though about that. Right there. Bull bear, basically this white line right here. Look at this in the close if you want. And we just want to check these candles really quick. There's your down candle right here. This took away this one right here, but not this one. This line is somewhere a little bit lower down here. It's let me just check this really quick. This one right here. Nope, that didn't take that one either. That's still, this is where demand is right here. Oh, you can, yeah, you guys can see that. Let's check this really quick. Now we're still good right now. Still haven't taken the body of that candle yet. Still have not unlocked. Still have not unlocked the downside here. That is somewhere in here. Somewhere in there. That's about 20%, I think, in there. Just check this really quick. Up and over, up and over. We haven't taken that candle yet, so still bullish. Overall, still bullish. This downside has not been unlocked. Let's check this again. Remember. On here, get rid of these pivots for a minute. God, you know what they want, right? They want this, and then wham. Market's positioned for this. The hedge is on for this, at least. Out there. Just a matter of when do we go there, right? That's the bigger question. Like, positioning matters. Not are we going down there, but when. Just look at this really quick. So if you're a bull, and you have not gotten long yet on a low, there's another one right here. There's a couple notes here. There's a few notes here. Just if you have a chance to watch the show right now, there's a few notes here. So first one would be the hourly trigger is beginning to turn up. That does not mean no new lows, but it is turning up. You know that regardless of outcome, whether we go up here or not, that they're looking for this low, and likely even lower. Well, that's over here. So I'll draw this like this. Hold on here. Thursday, 10 a.m. What am I doing here? What is going on here? There we go, right there. This is white. This is this. We'll put this one down here too. So this is Thursday. Here's Friday. 12. Right down there. Now, I don't know from here where we go. I'm just going to leave that there. Being tighter, guys. I want to check myself, make sure I'm not missing anything. Yeah, I got that right. I think I got that right. Now this here. Can you guys see this stuff on the stream? What's really important about this is where do I? There's that 630 right there. $1,600 on Friday. Right there. Something like this. My only problem with this is here's Friday close. A little bit of a relief rally here, and then Monday. Where's Monday? Here's Monday. Here's Tuesday. We'll call it Tuesday at 1600. We'll give time to him. Is it really going to take that long? Are you fucking kidding me? That's the impulse, right? Up there? Or is these guys? That's how they're calling it right there? Oh no, it's lower. It's the red one right there. Okay. I thought it was lower like over here, but I think it was this one. And this one right here. That's where the unlock is right there. And that opens up this one right here. And that one opens up that one right there. So let me check this down here. This opens up that one. We don't know about the rest of this yet, so that doesn't matter. That's all that's left here. I guess you could put this one up here. My bigger question is does this shank all the way down or not? But we can't tell yet. You'd need to break through this first. So I'm only going to leave this one here. The weekly is all the way down here at 616. But I'm not. I don't want to trade that yet in any way, shape, or form. Let's look at this. Now, there's a lot to be said in here, too. There's some more information. So there's more information here that we don't know yet. And this is what we need to talk about. So if you get a, like, I don't think it's a dovish Fed, I'll be honest with you. But this is what I want to talk to you about here. This is very important right here. Which is what? This you can put this over here too. It's all the same trade. There's a bunch of stuff we got to talk about in here. So, there can be something like this and then up. I don't think so, but there can be. I'd like to see this happen here. Now, when we come into tomorrow's event, there can be a reversal to the upside. So, like you heard Volwiz say, I don't like these binary events. His point is this right here. If we like squeeze up overnight, you get stopped out, and they slam it down, and little bigger moves here. For the bears, they get a little bit of an edge because the bulls would be like, yeah, we're doing this, and we're out of here. The bears get a little bit more edge to the close here. They get a little bit more edge for a bloodbath down here. They get more edge because of the season that we're in. I don't think it matters personally what Jerome says unless he really does try to kill the market or something. I don't think a cut is positive for the market personally. I know that people think that's a good thing for the market. I don't think that it is. But I don't think it's changing of trend or anything either, necessarily. So just be like, if you're a bull, just remember that you want to be on the edges here. You don't want to be anywhere else. Like if you're getting long here, that's fine. Getting long here, that's fine. If we begin to break down at any point below this, you're getting short here and here to go down for that blood here. But I don't see any advantage to being short right here. Only because of the squeeze higher. The squeeze potential. This is bad right here. And then, this is kind of like garbage in here. And the smart sellers are always up here. You can see where they are. It's not hard, right? Like the big boys are, right here, down here. You're kind of thinking the same thing right here, that they're going to be right there. So the smart sellers are here, or they're already short up here. So there's no real like new execution of down trade that I see. You might see it. I just don't think there's enough edge. I don't think there's enough edge for like blood this down, blood that down. I don't see that edge. It might happen. I just don't see the edge in it. If you run that trade like 100 times, you're going to get blasted out. Trades higher. So for me, I got nothing there. The only other thing I would say here would be velocity is good, but not great on binary events. If you look though at velocity on a 30-minute basis, let me go here to 30. Just show you velocity. This is dangerous for bears. I don't like seeing this. And I'm going to show you why right now.
1 minute now.
Why I don't like that.
On close imbalance.
That's this right here. Let me show you what happened. Everything's going to be awful. And it's just another opportunity to rip your fucking face off to the upside. So just be careful. It's I want to talk to you guys about positioning. I think maybe Talking Monkey said it earlier. You don't need every trade. If it doesn't fit in the rules that have an edge, don't take it. It does not matter. I can't tell you the number of trades that I've passed over that have printed millions, and I haven't been a part of it. All I know is that how I trade, I have more wins than losses, 7 to 9. because I follow my rules. Whenever I break my rules, I start slipping in wins.
Close imbalance. S&P 500.
Just note that in here.
2 million. Nasdaq 100. Sell
You know,
side 50.
I'm a seller right here.
Dow 30. Buy side 16 million.
Let me show this another way
Side
to you.
23 million.
So let's say you're the guy that's waiting right here. I'm going to show you 3 different outcomes here, 3 or 4 different outcomes. So you're a seller right here. We blast down. You made nothing. So you made nothing. That's 0. You didn't lose anything.
Well,
You didn't gain anything.
It's me again. It's Donald J.
If you wait up here and you sell this here, you're up. And you have the advantage of stops. You can take the money and run. And if you break below it, get short again and send that down. There's another win for you. You get what I'm saying? Or if you're a short up here, I would say stay short. But we're not up there, are we? We're not starting here, are we? So if you're already short, you can stay short, I guess. I think that's fine. Or if this doesn't matter to you, you're fine. You're still going to make money if we bounce and run. If you're short up here, you're fine. You're good to go. You don't care. But just running like the, where should I be short? Where is your entry? I think Talking Monkey mentioned this earlier, which was overtrading. I think VolWiz may have even mentioned it. There's no need to overtrade in this season. There's no reason for you to give your money away. There's way more reason for you to be tactful. And you're like fighting price and trend and all this other stuff in here for, this kind of stuff when you could have just teed off over here, made a ton of money. And you can see this right here. 1, 2, and 3. And then wham, 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 all the way to the downside. And this hasn't been, in my view, hasn't been completed yet. It doesn't matter if it fails to me early or anything like that. I just don't like the trade. So we can chase it. If you want to see what that would look like for me to chase that down move, I'll show it to you right now. So let's say we fail this anytime, right now, close, anything like that. We break below here. Let's say blast down right here. I still wouldn't be short. I would just be waiting for the failure above, and then I'm short right here. And we'll take that downtown together. So there's like a lot of money we made in here. It's just a matter of when. And, trade your own plan and try to look at every outcome. Like, do I have an edge here from right where I'm at? Do I not? The only trade that I see is the upside trade on these lows. It's the only one that I see. Like upside. I see this kind of stuff, like intraday trade and stuff, but I don't see like the big down move. Now that can happen. It's not that it can't happen. It's just like if you run it 20 times, 100 times, I'm a loser in most of those outcomes. So, and I don't like doing that. You add enough of those together and you become a losing trader. Like you add this one in and that one in and that one over there and this one over here. And I got a feeling and I think this, not a think, but I'm not critically thinking this outcome. I'm just like, I got a feeling. All that I got a feeling shit, or it never washes at the end of the year. It turns into being a losing trader. Trust me, because that's why you have 70 to 90% of people fucking losing. That's what I'm telling you right now. You either want to be at 0 losing or win, win, win. 0, bunch of zeros and a bunch of check marks. What you don't want to do is, one bang out of the park and then loser, 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 loser. You know what I mean? You just don't want to be that guy. So just a note too, there was a lot of positioning today into a hedge. This is because people are long, not because they're short, not because they're bared up. So if you own underlying, there's no reason not to put a hedge on. That would make sense to hedge here. And they did that this morning. They did their hedging. They did it here and they did it here. So like if you're already hedged, yeah, leave it on. You know, like if you own the underlying market, then it makes sense to hedge. Put on a bunch of cheap puts, come back and they're blasting us down tomorrow, tonight, today, whatever. You're happy. But as like a trade, like I'm here to make money on that, it does not work. And remember that hedging costs you money. It's like home insurance. You hope that it doesn't print. You should think about hedging like that. So if you own the underlying and you're buying cheap penny puts over here for tomorrow, I'm fine with that. I think that's fine trade. Because you know if we go up and bounce and go up here, you're not going to care if they burn. You're not going to fucking care. If we go down here, you're going to get paid. But as like, hey, I'm bearish here and I want to execute that hedge to make money, I think it doesn't fit in my rules. So I'll leave you with that. Now, disregard everything I said if you don't believe me. Disregard me if you have your own plan. I understand that. I'm not mad at you if you have your own plan. Don't get angry about that stuff. Just be aware of it. Or hopefully you're watching this show that I can show you all the different outcomes so that you can assign risk to all of these different outcomes. Also note, you're always going to meet somebody somewhere that's either lying to you, literally. Like they'll come out afterwards and say, oh yeah, bro, I was short that whole thing. Okay, I didn't see you show anybody or post anything or even tell anybody. You didn't have to post it. You just tell somebody I'm short. They don't even do that. So you can't trust those people. And you can't trust anyone that's like a one-off talker because the people that were positioned the other way disappear. So you kind of like have to be careful on what you're consuming along this thing too. And keep a record of your trading so that you can see the truth versus the excitement or the pain. So let me explain that more a little bit for a minute here. Every day, whether we're winning or losing, or the market is winning or losing, if the market's going up, you're going to get overrun by people saying, woo, I made $1 million. And you're not going to hear from the people that are losing. And when you go into a day when the market's going down, same thing in inverse. You're only going to see those people screaming and yelling, I made so much money, I'm so fucking rich. So, and you're like, oh God, I'm constantly, all these people are winning, but I'm not. That feeling. So that adds into the spice of FOMO and stuff like that. Don't listen to those people. You can like share with them if you're winning or whatever, but don't think that their statements are anyway impactful on your trading. They aren't. You just be like, that's cool, man. Congratulations. Good job. Stick with your own trading plan. Stick with your own risk. And when everybody's crying, you're going long. When everybody's, happy, you're selling, right? You're getting out of there. Even if it goes higher. You see me do that all the time, right? All the time. People are like, but Cap, it's going to go up a bunch more. And I'm like, I don't care. I made my money. I'm out. I'm a happy trader, happy investor, happy. Big excess of moves down in a stock. You see me buy those. They're bleeding. Oh, that stock's down 20% or 14% on an ER. Why are you buying that, Cap? Aren't you afraid? Fuck no. I just got a discount, 14%. I'm down. Let's do it. They're not going to go down 30, 40% in the next 4 weeks. I don't think so, unless we're in like a bear market or something. So just be, or some fraud or some shit going on with the company in particular. Just be like, and this is the last thing I think Vol Wiz said. Maybe even Talking Monkey, I'm not sure. There was a mixture of this sentiment. I think it was Vol Wiz. I hate binary events. I think that's what Vol said. You just sit on your hands. You just literally sit on your hands tomorrow and trade the other side of the trade. You know what I mean? Take the other side of the trade. You don't need to be. Hold on here. Let me put this on 1 minute. Sorry about that. You don't need to be jumping on hand grenades, any of that kind of nonsense. Watch this closely here. You literally do not have to. You can just trade reactions. Okay. I want you to really take that to yourself, or keep that mantra. Trade your own plan. You have to adjust when you need to, DCA when you need to, edge when you need to, add, take your wounds and walk away, whatever you need to do. But what you shouldn't be doing is like in the middle, unless you're like hedging, like underlying or something. You can buy 0-day puts there for tomorrow if you want. I get that. If you like, you have $500,000 in the market, fucking buy some puts, bro. Fuck yeah. You know what I mean? But for the rest of you, if you're trying to start a position here, you're probably gambling. You know what I mean? Like right where you are right now, up or down, you're probably gambling. Or if anything, the upside is the highest probability move before that next downside move. Now, showing you this right here, I'll post this for you in the Discord. Now, showing you this right here, you'll get this thing in the Discord. Now, showing you this right here, I want you to know that this can change depending upon the outcome tomorrow. You get something that the market likes from Jerome, and we will change this chart to, hey, we're going up here, and whatever. For right now, the course of the market is this dotted line right here, then down, until shown otherwise, to go higher or whatever. And I'll post this for you right now in the Discord. And I think that's all I've got. Don't get trapped in these binary events. I gotta tell you guys, like, all they need is like something to fucking pump the market, and you're gonna get run the fuck over. Don't do it. Just sit on your hands. If you're a sell side dude, I'm telling you, like, just don't do it. Even if you lose, I would have made $1 million. I do that all the time. Like, I can't tell you how many trades that I've had that it's just like repetitively. Fuck, could have made all this money. It's so brutal to not succumb to the hindsight trading. It's fucking brutal. I've been guilty of it in the past. You know who taught me that was Jedi Marcus. He taught me that. Like, fuck hindsight trading. You should have that as a mantra. Don't need to win every trade. I don't need to be in every trade. And I have a place where I want to be in the trade with stops upper, above, or below it. If we hit what I need to have happen, I'm happy. I'll take, and I can manage that trade from that point. And if the trade doesn't show itself on that end, it's still sitting on my hands. You know, you can do that on any time frame, smaller time frames, 1 minute, 5 minute, 1 hour, 4 hour, 1 day, 1 week. You know what I mean? Can't press a zero trader is better than a losing trader. Like, I didn't make any money on this trade. I didn't make any money on that trade. That's way better than being a losing trader, even though it doesn't feel like it. So if you're batting them out of the park when your rules are hit, whatever your rules are, stick with that until you need to adjust it. And it's that simple. So I hope that helps you into tomorrow. I will, of course, be here for the presser at 10. If I can get here early, I will. If we want to start like 8:30 or something, I don't think it's needed, but maybe like 9 a.m. or something. 9:15 is probably needed, but I don't think it's needed to be here early for the 10 a.m. presser. But I will be here with you tomorrow. We'll have the presser live. If I see anything else after the close today, I'll post it for you in the Discord. If I see any like need to know information, I'll post it in the Discord today and tonight. If I see anything crazy. I think this is the most prudent outcome. So I'm not your Furu. Like I'm not. Like, I can't be like Furu or that kind of shit. So I want you to be responsible as a trader and do real research and due diligence and all the usual stuff. And that's just not Furu shit. Like Furu shit is just bullshit. These people will be fucking flying planes, guys. I'm telling you. They'd be in a fucking jet. They'd be a billionaire if they were right all the time. So you have to be able to manage your risk. That's the most important thing. You're never going to find anybody that's going to be right 100% of the time. So make sure that you're positioned to manage your position, or take the other side, wherever that needs to be. For the rest of you, I've said this before. I'll say it again. I think I said it this morning. I've said it the past few weeks. Coming into that season where you could just sit on the sidelines. Most people are bulls. Most, even if they tell you that like I can trade both sides, I can trade this, I can trade that. Most fucking people just want to buy a dip and watch it print. If that's the case, this is not the season for it. We're not at the tail end of this season. If you came to me in like mid-September, October, no matter where price is, so what do you think of this, Cap? I'm going to say, yeah, it's going to be volatile until like December, but you could probably get a nice low air and run that fucker up into February, March. Unless something else we don't know. Like we're doing the 20% down move in December or something. We don't see a reversal. We don't see new highs. But I'll be there holding your hand through that too. I promise you, if we crater in the fall, we do a 20% down move in the fall, I'll be pretty close to the bottom buying it. So it's very rare they get caught in those moves. I mean, rare, like years of getting caught in those moves. I can usually see where the top is generally at. Maybe not the all-time high price or the bottom, the low of that crash or whatever. But I'm within a fucking side of a barn enough to know to not have risk on, and then know to be putting risk on for the turn higher. Generally, very rare. I mean, super fucking rare. Only because I've lost so much goddamn money. I've lost so much fucking money doing that shit. So, I'm older. I don't trade like that no more. So, you get me? Hoping you do. Just hang out, do your thing. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. I think we go up overnight, where I think they're going to murder those puts. If I was a dealer with all that hedging I saw, I would fucking murder those things. And not only would I fucking murder them, I would need a fucking reason to print them. So, in which you got an event coming tomorrow to print them. So that's what I would be doing if I was a dealer. I will see you all tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. Can't wait to see you guys in the morning. Have a great night. I'm still long right now, just so you know. And I'm actually checking my position right now. Hold on. Yeah, sweet. I'll see all you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. Or 9. I'll try to be here at 9:15 if I can. If I get here early, I'll post something in the Discord. When I talk to you guys in the mornings in the Discord, I'll say something to you in the morning. I'll see you guys then. Have a great night. Otherwise, don't stay up all night long. Don't go crazy. Stay off the fucking socials. Seriously. Stay away from these fucking, not even just socials, like even just the news. It's all garbage. Like literally fucking garbage. Turn that shit off. You guys don't ever notice when I turn all the news off and I just trade the day and I don't give a fuck what they're doing? Like, you guys have never noticed that? I do this intentionally. Some days I'll turn the news squawker off. Or I won't read any news to you and I'll just trade the day up and down. It's because I don't care about the fucking news and what they're saying. So